And, ooh, hey, what's up with that? There we go. Hi, how's everybody doing? You okay? I'm gonna leave the gameplay big screen. This is pre-recorded gameplay, but when people are searching through Twitch for a Temtem stream to watch, hopefully this will catch their attention more than my face will as we lead into the opening of the stress test. Day 1001 stress test server burned down. Are you all ready to try the game and watch it be absolutely unplayable as the servers catch on fire? I am. But then again, I've already played about 10 hours worth of the game in the closed alpha, so I got my, I got my toe in already. You guys who haven't played it yet might be a bit frustrated by the server being on fire, but at least you'll get a sense of it. How is everybody doing? Solar Rune, Skull Kid, Tyler. Yeah, Skull Kid, I'm out early. Like I said, I don't know whether you checked the Discord yet today or not, but going a couple of hours earlier than usual because that's when the stress test starts. It starts 2 hours earlier than our usual start time, so I thought we'll do this. And then we'll roll into Minecraft as per usual today. Should be the dragon fight today too. Hey you Pugs, how you doing? Never checked, but how you join the stress test? If you go to the Play Temtem Twitter account, one of their most recent posts will have a link to their Discord. In their Discord, there's a bot channel where you can type in .key, and the bot should supply you with a key if you haven't got one already. But previous to that, you would just sign up email-wise through the website, just like a lot of this type of stuff gets done. But yeah, you should have time to grab a key from their Discord bot. Let me check to make sure it's still giving some out. Bot commands. Yep, looks like their bot is still serving out keys. I mean, it's in their best interest to have as many people on as possible so they can properly stress test their servers. So they're squirting out keys as we speak. If you want in. It's been a weird fucking day, and it's only noon. Well, I hope it gets less weird for you. Or a better kind of weird, or... My day, it barely exists. I've been up for about 40 minutes. I've had time to become conscious, have a coffee, have a shower, and set up the stream. Looking forward to this. I mean, like I said, I've already played, but I'm looking forward to seeing the servers melt down. It's always fun to watch them. Watch stress tests like this and see how many problems they run into. Plus, with everybody all getting in at once, and presumably they'll be squishing people into a smaller amount of server layers as possible, I'll be seeing a lot more people in this than I was in my alpha gameplay. I mean, I saw a fair few players in my alpha gameplay, but by the time I got to it, everyone was kind of spread out. It'll be kind of weird to see everyone just crammed into the starting town altogether. And how many people we actually get to see versus how many people are going to be on. We did a car test drive this morning. Drove past a bank robbery. Got home, had to call the fire department. Our neighbours were burning trash, filled with gasoline, and the windiest days. Oh, jeez. Fantastic. What kind of idiot does that? Tyler says this game has piqued my interest. Me too! I mean, as you can see from my recorded gameplay here, it already runs quite smoothly. Everything's beautifully animated and nice crispy shadows, and I like the general art design of it, and the UI designs, and everything's nice and clear and sensible, and it's easily one of the best Pokemon-alike kind of games I've ever tapped my toe into. And this one is also an MMO, so that gives us bonus points. But yeah, the interface is better than anything Game Freak has ever done as far as I'm concerned. It's far less digging through menus, everything's presented really clearly. Game Freak can learn a thing or two. Not sure I love the design of the avatars in general. They look a little bit weird. I don't know whether it's the proportions or the way their faces are or the... I don't like the way they run either. The run animation's a bit goofy, but everything else about the art design I really quite like. What do you call this art style? We're seeing it a lot in games these days. It's sort of super crispy, but I mean, it's cell shaded, but there's got to be another term for this in general, because cell shading can mean a lot of different things. But I dig it. Been looking to new computers lately, says Slim Jim. Means I have to completely rearrange my entire room. For desk. Not to mention my boomer Wi-Fi, as my friends call it, 4 megabits a second upload speed. Well, I mean that's still like more than 4 times what I had when I started when I started streaming. I had I was going out at about 900 kilobits per second, and that gave me just about 400 kilobits a second overhead. So I had about 1.4 to 1.7 upload on the good old Australian ADSL. These days, not so much a problem. I get about 45 up, but still not great by worldwide standards, but amazing by Australian standards. So less complaining, Slim Jim. You got it better than I ever did a couple of years ago. Well, 7 years ago. You don't necessarily have to rearrange your entire room, just make room for a desk either. Have you got a TV in your room? You could always get a little ITX machine or an Intel NUC or something and just hook it up to the TV. I did that for a while back in the day. So, just really trying to remember what the typings are in this game. I've already forgotten. Let's see if I can remember. And by remember, I mean Google it. Here we go. Here's an image. So typings are fire, nature, grass, Pokemon terms, water, electric, mental, psychic, earth, ground, wind, flying, crystal. Don't know whether crystal is a Pokemon equivalent. In my alpha test, I started with a crystal type. No, it was mental type, sorry, excuse me. The crystal types are supposedly really quite rare and quite powerful. There's something about the intro in the game tells you about that. There's also digital. I feel like digital is probably closest to ghost type or something. There's melee and toxic. Haven't had any experience with digital yet, but instinct just tells me. So yeah, there's fewer typings than there's Pokemon these days, but I think there's like 2 more typings than Pokemon started with. Oh, there's also neutral, of course. And nothing is completely resistant to anything else. Absolute worst case scenario, you have 0.05 type effectiveness. Best case scenario is 2 times. I don't think there's any weird combinations of 4 times matchups or anything like that, so the playing ground is a lot more even than Pokemon sometimes has. So my husband still plays on the couch, getting hooked up to a TV. Works. I guess it depends on if you're just using a computer for gaming or whether you're going to use it for actual worky type stuff as well. If it's just gaming, TV works fine. Web surfing works just fine. Emails, not so much. Hope I get to test Intel's new NUC. They're I forget what they're calling it. The one after Skull Canyon is called... I forget already. But it's like a complete redesign of the whole NUC idea. Looks awesome. And you can use desktop graphics cards in it as well. So hopefully, give my enthusiasm and a couple of sponsored pieces for the NUC that Intel asked me to do with the Skull Canyon one. Hopefully they'll knock on my door again saying, hey, that Nate guy, he liked the NUCs. We'll give him one of these to try. Fingers crossed anyway. But yeah, the Intel Nook. Not the cheapest way to go, but just such a lovely machine to stick under the TV. Mine's still there. I haven't used it a lot recently because I've got the second dock for the Switch hooked up to the TV, so if I'm playing something on the TV, it's quite often a Switch these days. Probably keep the consoles. Use the PC for gaming, some editing as well. Yeah, if you're doing editing, you don't really want to do it on the TV. Has a Service Pro for Discord, email, basic web surfing. Yeah, okay, there you go. Pair up a gaming PC on the TV with a basic. For half a moment, I forgot I changed the alert. Solaroon, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. 13 months worth of sub right there. Get some love in the chat, please, people. And the absolute first person to trigger our brand new sub alert from the Gigantamax Pikachu we ran into a couple of days ago. God. Just started to download of it now. Yeah, it's about a gig download. Unpacks to about 4 gigs. So depending on how quick your internet is, you've got, call it 10 minutes to get the install done. It does run for 2 hours, but if you want to be there like minute 1 as the servers explode. Yeah, one of the things I liked most about this game, that Pokemon just doesn't do, like at all, is synergies. Like the mental type starter that I picked, it learns a move as you level up that gets extra power if your other Pokemon on your team, because these are all 2x2 battles, if the other Pokemon's a nature type. So it powers up the mental type move if you're paired up with a nature type. One of my other Pokemon later learned a move, which I didn't use because I didn't have a fire type, but if you've got a fire type with them, it powers up one of their water type moves and turns the water type move more powerful and also scalds or burns. So there's a lot of interesting pairings you can do with your team that sort of adds another layer of strategy and who your best team ups are. It's not just trying to get a complementary pair to sort of cover weaknesses or shit like that. There's a whole nother layer to it. The only other thing, I know nothing about actually building PCs. Closest I got was a T-class at school. If you go to my main YouTube channel and you search like beginner's PC, you find a couple of videos that sort of cover it. Give you grounding and what you need to know. It's easier than you think it is. It's intimidating if you've never done it before because you're all scared you're going to break something, but it is actually quite easy to put a basic build together. It's remarkably hard to plug anything in the wrong way around because pretty much everything you need to plug in, with a couple of non-vital exceptions, are keyed connections, so they only go in correctly one way. And all the different parts of the computer use different types of connections, so you can't sort of accidentally plug your fans into, where your front panel audio should go or shit like that. You can't do it. I mean, you can do it if you really, really try, but as soon as you try, you shouldn't be doing that. I always read about breaking CPU pin. Yeah, that's probably the most tense part. Even if you've done it dozens of times, sitting the CPU into the CPU socket is that's the part where you got to take the most care. So if you bend any pins, it's not irrecoverable, but it's a big pain in the ass. Thank you for the host, T-Dog. You'll be fine though. When it comes to the collecting creature games, I always preferred Shin Megami. I've never played those. Like, at all. Never played Yokai Watch either, which is one of the other big ones. Didn't see much point to Yokai Watch when I was still enjoying Pokemon. If I was bored of Pokemon, I would have reached out, but I'm still rather enjoying Pokemon. The only reason I sort of reached for this, despite being still perfectly content playing Pokemon, is because this does things Pokemon doesn't do. Like MMO. Which, I don't know about you, but pretty much ever since the days of the GameCube, 15 odd years ago, when things like WoW started becoming a big thing. Oh, MMOs. Oh, look, everyone's playing together. Well, wouldn't that be interesting for a Pokemon game? Wouldn't that be interesting if you could see all the other trainers running around doing their things and challenge them to battles or trade with them right there on the field without having to use a link cable or a local wireless connection with a dongle strapped to the back of your GBA. Or all that kind of stuff. Many fantasies for many, many years about what a Pokemon MMO could be like. And there's been a few attempts. There's been some ROM hacks from ground up fan games, basically. But they all did one thing dumb. They all used... What, that video just shut down? That was weird. They all used trademark and copyright stuff from Nintendo. They pulled sprites right out of the games. They used the music. They used all the Pokemon art and nickname and names and all that sort of stuff. You can't do that. Nintendo will stomp on you. They have to protect their trademark. They are legally required to protect their trademark. So if you make a Pokemon fan game, it's going to get stomped on. You have to know this. It's stupid. So the fact that Temtem said, hey, we want to make a Pokemon MMO style game. Why don't we just do one and not use anything that Nintendo or Game Freak or the Pokemon company own, so we don't get stomped on by lawyers? Genius. But there was at least one relatively underground successful Pokemon MMO called Poke MMO, I think it was. Never tried it, but I did watch some gameplay of it. Seemed to work quite well. Looks like a traditional GBA Pokemon game, basically. Same sort of art style as something like Ruby. These double battles remind me of Pokemon Colosseum XT. Yeah, I said as much as my video I put up a couple of days ago about this. Don't know if you watched it yet. It's about 20 minutes long and sort of fully breaks down my thoughts of my first 10 hours in the alpha of this. But yeah, it reminded me very strongly of Colosseum, not just because of the double battles, but because it's a lot more difficult than your standard Pokemon game is these days. Even back in the day of Colosseum, the handheld games were getting a little easier and easier. But yeah, this has a much less forgiving difficulty curve to it. I was healing a lot more than I ever were in a Pokemon game recently. Sort of the difficulty level and the speed at which you grind and all that sort of stuff really does remind me of the first couple of generations of Pokemon. Like we're talking about red, blue, and silver and gold kind of feel towards progression and how quickly you can level up and shit like that. But even the wild Pokemon are a bit more of a threat. Pagey says there was a long-term test for Pokemon MMO. Oh, hey. That was called Pokemon. Yeah, I heard of that one. Never really looked into it, but it does ring a bell. Game had people basically kissing the devs' asses, ended up not doing anything. Yeah. Yeah, it would have died anyway, because if they're using Pokemon trademark copyright stuff, they're just going to get stomped on. It's always dumb. Get the feeling working an official Pokemon MMO. It feels like the budgeting. I don't know. They're moving closer and closer. I mean, the new DLC we're getting is 100% entirely the same sort of presentation as the wild area, which is MMO Ultralight. Like, you can see other players, but you can't interact with them. So that's their baby steps into it. Baby steps. So maybe they're crawling towards it, and maybe if this does really well, they'll have more impetus to try and push into that. Go, whoop, we've got competition. We better, we better do something. I mean, they're pretty arrogant. All right, we're not there yet. We got about 4 minutes to go before the servers officially go live. Gen 4 is definitely the most difficult generation of the series. Yeah. Maybe. Found it interesting. Humble Bumble is publishing this, but they have gotten into publishing. Yeah, they're doing more and more of that kind of stuff, so it's not terribly surprising. Colosseum was a good game. I was frustrated by how linear it was. It was much more restrictive than any Pokemon game I'd played. Thank you for the follow. It was much more restrictive than any Pokemon game I played to date. So I was a bit frustrated with it being so linear. There was very little exploration. But I did enjoy the story very much. And I did enjoy the Shadow Pokemon mechanic and the Snatch Ball mechanic. And I did enjoy the challenge. I've been toying with the idea of doing another live stream playthrough of that as well. Because we never really did finish the last time we started. But there's so much more to do at the moment, so it's probably later in the year for that. Because I want to do a Soul Silver playthrough. And then we're going to do a modified Sword playthrough probably. And then probably Diamond in the lead up to remakes at the end of the year, fingers crossed. And during that, we'll be getting the DLC for Pokemon Shield. So yeah, a lot of Pokemon this year. A lot of Pokemon on stream this year. We're not going to be looking too hard for things to do as far as Pokemon streams go. Yeah. At the moment, that reconnect button closes the game. Game sure does look like a Switch game mascot. Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Oh, is that out? I've been meaning to keep an eye on that. Seems like a kind of soft reboot of Digimon, right? Alright, we're nearly there. 4:59 a.m. If you ever do a playthrough of Colosseum, do a randomized of it. Yeah, that could be fun. Oh. I should also turn off my FPS. I don't need that for this game. I was doing some stuff yesterday with Minecraft that I need to keep an eye on the frame rates for. Shin Megami Tensei is a bit like a really difficult Pokemon type game, but it's still quite different. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. I mean, I know the name of it. I've heard people talk about it, but I just have no picture in my head about what that game is. Oh, here we go. Nope. Took a little longer to come up with the fail. Oh, different message too. Server has been rebooted. Try reconnecting in a few seconds. All right, we'll let it automatically reconnect. Oh, it just times out the button. All right. Okay, we're getting closer. The server is waking up. Just get a black screen with Temtem. I wonder if it's because I had the alpha previously installed. Maybe my code's slightly different to yours or something. Hello? Mrs. Pommel Horace? I'd like to get down now. Hey, Lucas. So I'm just glancing over at the main general channel on the Temtem Discord at the moment, and it's just nothing but Fs. Just Fs pouring in. Alright, might Alt F4 this and try again. I got 144 Hz monitor the other day. Difference it makes is amazing. Yeah, you can certainly feel it, can't you? You might not be able to see the difference in those number of frames once you get past a certain point, but you can feel it in a lot of games. Hey! Right, on my settings. Oh, they still haven't given me a faster text speed. It's normal or normal. That seems fine. Pull this back to 60 so we don't get any tearing. And I'm going to put the FPS just down on the... You can't see it on your screens, but I can see it. When did you add this point system to your streams? No, it was added automatically. It's just a thing Twitter introduced recently. Oh, hello! It kept my save file! It didn't reset me from my, Huh. So I'm all the way up here. Right there in the middle of your screen. And you guys are all the way down here when you join. So am I going to have to try? I might try and backtrack all the way down. I'll go meet some newbies with my team. I go challenge some newbies and kick their head in. I can't believe they didn't reset my progress. Oh. Yeah, I'm not the only one. No. Oh, that's interesting. A random one. Yeah, these are a few familiar names I saw on my alpha. Luma, random one. Yeah, these are all alpha players, so up this stage. I guess they wanted to spread people out on the map a little bit, so they didn't bother resetting alpha players' progress. Oh, this guy's got a big drag thing. Didn't see one of those when I was playing my alpha. Look at it. MGB Lives is 627 the queue. That's not so bad for a stress test queue. Around these guys. Black screen for me. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yeah, the music does feel a bit... maybe not Pokemon-ish necessarily, but this type of game in general, kind of the JRPG kind of thing with a lot of violin and tinkle bells and shit like that. What's this thing? Oh. I only just got my surfboard by the time my alpha access ended. And I was going to surf over here and see what this is about. But it's a work in progress building. This feels very JRPG Harvest Moon sort of music. Yeah. It's very, very, very typical of that style of JRPG game. I wonder if I can find any water Temtem. Didn't find any Temtem in the water when I was playing the alpha. I don't know whether that's a thing that can happen. Yes, it can, because there's one right there. No, wait, that's a swimmer. No, that's just a swimmer with a thing. Yeah, there's no overworld Temtem. In case you're wondering. They're all random encounters from the grass. Oh, okay, so they're not hiding anything down here. Looks like I won't be joining minute 1. Gotta try and reinstall. Womp womp. Alright. Sure what the point of this area is here, because I can't actually go anywhere else. Talk to this guy. What's up? Name's Carlos. Private Eye. Confidential cases. Fine. Where are we going? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I'm not interested in reading this. We're not doing a proper playthrough. Can you just let me go? How you guys going? You made your characters yet? Tell you what, the in-game chat's a lot more active than it was in the alpha. Someone's asking how they get Charmander. Oh, if I have a surfboard now, I can actually go out in the ocean. MGB's in! Oh, I just tried to trigger a fight and I'm stalled. I can't move. It's not triggering the battle. So, I guess battles are server side, which makes sense. If the servers are under this much strain, it's actually interesting that I'm not seeing any lag on my end. I'm not seeing any rubber banding, either from myself or other players on the field. So that's interesting. It's normally the first thing you notice when you're hitting server issues in an MMO, or even any kind of online game, really. 2016 in queue. Yeah, I'm completely frozen up here. No button I can press does anything. Just give it a second, see what happens. Game kind of broke when I finished my character. Yeah, probably a similar issue to what I'm facing here, Dukas. It's trying to squirt down the information you need next from the server. It's just not happening. I do like my design on my surfboard. It's the first time I've actually stopped to take a look at it. I've done a nice job on the reflections too. Yeah, I'm gonna need some F crookies in chat, guys. I need all you subs, or all you people with enough emote, points to unlock the emote. I need some F crookies. Need some grooky fails. Trying to change the settings, it's kind of freezing. Yeah. The servers are 10 minutes old now, so everyone's had a chance to get through a queue a bit, start building the character, and this is where they start to break. Gaming's really nice. Yeah, I really like the look of the game. Especially with the ultra graphics on. The ultra graphics and basic graphics don't look all that different. But Ultra sort of gets a little more atmospherics in, and you get sort of some beautiful haze and some lighting effects and shit happening. It's really quite nice. Yeah, I might need to restart the game at this point. But I'm scared to, because I wound up in a queue. But I can't play right now anyway, so what's the difference? Definitely gonna buy this game Switch. Oh, have they talked about the price yet? Last time I checked, there wasn't a price on the early access. It's just a grayed out purchase button. Reminds me of Breath of the Wild. Makes it nice having Porsche. Yeah, that sort of super clean, cel shaded anime style art. Yeah. And the color palette as well makes it look a lot like My Time in Porsche. That sort of beautiful, gentle Not quite pastel-y, but not quite prime poppy either. Screen after reinstalling. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm completely locked up here. Got nothing. Right. I'll try the old Alt F4 and see how we go. This is what's supposed to happen. It is a server stress test, not a demo day. So we're not going to whine. We're not going to throw our hands up in the air and talk about how outrageous this is and how much of a fail and, oh, the devs, bro. I can't even get past this screen. Womp womp. Yep, I got nothing. I wonder if it's better or worse for the service if I keep trying to reload the game. What do you think of that stuff, Mystery Dungeon Remake? I haven't actually had a close look at it yet. I didn't wind up playing it yesterday like I planned to. So all I've seen is the brief flashes in the trailer, and when I watched that, it was 4 AM in the morning, and I'd just woken up, so not a lot of it stuck in my head, but it seemed pretty clean. Oh, here we go. Kind of wish Pokemon would be more like this in art style, more simplistic style. Well, I mean, they tried that with Pokemon Let's Go. That was a much more cel-shaded version of their current art styles. Made a sound after it, still a back screen. Yeah, it might just be trying to connect to the server. Was that the sound you heard? The whoosh sound? Man, the servers are struggles! They're full of struggles. I think Let's Go many ways looks nicer than Sword and Shield. Yeah, there's an argument to be made for a lot of stylistic choices in that game. I mean, I don't dislike the way Sword and Shield likes. But, yeah. Actually, you should see what the HD texture pack I've got on my modded Switch. It's great. Yeah, I'm looking in the Discord. Stuck on black screen after character section. Stuck on black screen. There's lag. Someone turned off the lights. Yeah, so what I'm seeing here now seems like a common problem that people are having at the moment, so we'll just wait. But again, this is what today is for. So the devs can figure out what the hell is going to happen to their servers. Water doesn't look all that good? No. But again, if you go to the Discord and you go to the, like my Discord, and you go to the photo section, I did some comparison shots of the vanilla game versus the modded HD texture pack that I installed on my modded Switch. It performs exactly the same. Like, they haven't changed any models or anything. There's no extra compute needed. It's just better textures, and it looks so much better. So much better. Oh, hey. Oh, it threw me into the fight that I tried to start too. So the servers are actually pretty clever. Alright, let me try and remember what I'm doing here. I don't know what Nestler typing is. It's probably water type by the looks of it. Actually, I'll give... That green circle indicates a super effective move. See? White circle, green circle. There's also a red circle for less than effective. So we'll give Harris-Saipat a bit of a beam. And then we'll wait for the server to give me my choices again. Yeah, so all of this stuff is server-side to stop people trying to exploit, I guess. Just waiting for my choices for my next Temtem. Oh my god, it was loading this entire time. Yeah, see? I told you, it was just trying to Trying to lock in on that surface on the room. Actually, now that I've got modding working on my hackable Switch, I haven't even looked into the mods for Let's Go yet. That could be a fun thing. We'll do another Let's Go playthrough with a randomizer or something. Here we go. Venomous Claws. I'm sure I missed that. Now we wait again. Battle system, when working correctly, is very smooth and quick. This, not so much. Entire game is server-side, holy heck. Well, I mean, all your interactions will be, because that's just how MMOs work. Partly because that's how they need to work, and partly because if you deliberately do it that way, it makes it much harder for people to cheat and exploit and all that kind of stuff by manipulating save files and quitting out at strategic time, shit like that. I mean, you could do these battles client-side. You just, download everything you need to and then happen, but then you would also need server-side code for when you're facing a real person, so might as well just use one chunk of code for battles instead of two different types of code, I guess. Just waiting for the attacks to happen. Any second now. This is awesome. Let me get the small Switch thing in heck my main. Yeah, I got a second Switch, like, super cheap on an Amazon Prime Day. Like a year and a half ago, whatever it was. Didn't even use it for ages, but always planned to fiddle around with hacking on it. But just wanted to make sure I had a hackable Switch at the ready, just in case. And the price was too good to resist. Alright. And do DC beam there this time. Custom bought a Switch Lite yesterday for still. Yeah, if you're in Australia, there's a lot of EB Games closing down at the moment. There's 19 stores closing down. So they're selling off a bunch of stuff real cheap. I'm not sure whether that includes Nintendo hardware, but it might be worth a look. And at least one person I saw commenting that suggests GameStop is doing the same thing in the States, because they're the same company. So there's a lot of cheap GameStop stuff at the moment too. Yeah, if you're near one of the stores that's closing down, it might be a bit late now, it might be picked over a bit, but you might find some super cheap deals. How much stores closing down? GameStop's in the US? Yeah. Thought that's what I heard. So Nestler is not watertight by lots of things. Let's go Switch for 140. Nice. Switch Lite for 140 bucks. That's a damn good deal. Yeah. Heard all the GameStops are going to close down over the next year or two. If you're patient. I don't know whether I'll imagine that happening. I'm sure they're going to pull back because, well, fewer and fewer people are buying physical games and shit. Which is part of the reason why EB Games in Australia started opening up a pop sub-brand where they sell, toys and figurines and, all kinds of nerd gaming, pop culture merchandise alongside games. That's them hedging their bets. We've only had one round so far, by the way, guys. Here we go. Oh wait, Nesta must be electric type. I just healed it by attacking it with a DC beam. No. Yeah, chain lightning. Shit. The game is running so slow I can't keep up what's going on here. So we'll get out Tataru because he'll be resistant to the electronics. If the GameStop doesn't close down, still buy my console games physical? There'll be other places, but you could always just online order them physical. It's basically lightning rod ability, exactly. Didn't notice that until just then. Just waiting for my second Temtem to come out now. Any moment. Here we go. Okay. So, I'll give you a drill impact instead. Doesn't help Amazon has shown deeper, so if anyone's physical games, you sort of know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you still got the department stores and stuff as well. I'll give South out a bit of a heavy blow. Standard physical. I think we might try and avoid battles. It's taking forever. Actually, no, we won't avoid battles. We want to help test the servers, and this is part of it. We'll struggle through. We'll do the strugs. No such thing as struggle in this game, actually. From a Pokemon perspective. It's not the way the game works. You can't run out of PP. You can run out of stamina, and that'll damage yourself. So the servers are stamina depleted right now. That's the metaphor we're going to use. This nest is a problem. Sand splatter. What are you going to do with that? Finally got through the gosh darn code to customizing part. It took forever. Definitely tell inputs are super delayed. Yeah. Alright, so I've traded 2 lives for 1 there. What's effective against Electroshock in this game? Certainly not my flying type. Just use Haltrick. Johnny Plays, thank you for the raid! 8 and 2. Hello, Johnny Plays peoples. How you doing? Alright. We'll go in big with the beta burst. And we'll follow up the sand splatter to take it out. Nice. And victory is mine! I'm the best Temtem trainer in the world! Yeah, see what I mean about the models? I think it's the forearms and the hands. They're kind of a bit Popeye. They're a little bit off scale compared to the rest of the model. I think it's mostly the hands that freak me out about the way the models look in this game. I could also do with being a little bit higher poly, maybe. Oh! Shouldn't have stopped to smell the roses. Just as Solarences finally got in, they reboot the servers. Did yours reboot as well? Are we on the same server? I wonder. Actually, we should have a look at the friend system. See if we can start adding each other. I don't know whether... actually, no. It might be worthless because that probably won't carry over. Crashed? So did your game completely crash out to desktop? Jason, how you doing? You gonna catch them all? Oh yeah, gotta catch them all. Actually, we can't really catch them all because in the alpha, in the stress tests, and indeed in the early access, the full roster of Temtem aren't even going to be there. There is currently about 70-ish of at least 141. Like they're numbered similar to Pokemon, and the highest number we know about so far is 141. So we know there's at least 141 of them. There might be more, but there can't be less. But yeah, when the full game comes out, definitely gonna see if we can catch them all. It's it's recovering really well from these server crashes. Like, we're popping up immediately where we left off. Where's my heal station in this town? I forgot where I am. Is there a heal station in this town? No. It's in here? Yeah, it's in here. Here's the music. Oh, even going inside is server side. I guess because it has to load up whoever else is inside the building with you. It has to ping the server for that information. Yeah, because here's the fun thing. These are PCs basically, where you go to manage your team and stored Temtem. So these work like Pokemon Center PCs. This is the shop. And over here are your heal stations, or your nurse joys. I love the fact that despite more than one person can use one of these at the same time, because I tested this in the alpha, there was a person sitting here, and so I went up and used it as well. You can use, like, multiple people can use the heal station, same heal station. But I like the fact that to help spread it out and give a sense of the MMO being an MMO, they put multiple ones in here, so 6 people can use 6 different heal stations all at the same time. And I love the way these work too, because your Temtem are stored on cards, right? Little magical digital transparent card things. See how the machines have got slots in them? Your cards slot into the machine, and then you see the graphic come up of the little cards refilling their health. It's really nicely done. I mean, it's similar to the way you put in the most recent Pokemon games. You see the Pokeballs sitting on the tray in the little Pokeball sockets, kind of like that idea. But I think this works better because they slot in like little cartridges. Saw that and I went, yeah, that's nice. Let's see if the shop lags. Nope, we're good here. Sure, we'll get some more bombs. That was a bit of a lag there, as it took my money away, I guess. Figured out how much I could afford. Actually, you know what? How many Temtem cards do I have? These are your Pokeballs, basically. I have 15 of them. Let's go. So, what am I going to do my money for anyway? I'm going to buy those. So that was pretty lag-free. I wonder if the insides of these buildings are sort of a separate instance. Seemed to take a while to load up in here, so it might be that it's a separate instance from the outside world. No, we transitioned real clean straight out there, so maybe not. Let's go back in. Nope, no lag this time. Oh, there's some lag. Okay, that makes more sense now. Yes, but of course it's an online persistent world. If you want to add more islands, Temtems, just basically update it. Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's going to be the plan if the game is successful enough. Like when it launches in the 1.0 version, it's going to have 6 islands. It currently has 3, and it will have 3 in early access version. Once it goes to 1.0, it'll have 6. And if the game is financially successful, that's what they're going to do. To expand the game, they're just going to add more islands, which is a really sensible way to do it. Makes it real easy because you don't have to worry about stapling onto an existing landmass map and putting more things in. You just go, more islands. It's a really sensible way to do it. Makes it much easier to put more content in than some other approaches. Are there multiple types of Temtem cards like there are Pokeballs? Not that I've seen yet. I don't even know whether you can fail a catch. I've never... Ooh, look at this thing. Haven't seen one of those yet. A little gloopy goof thing. It's like a muck or something. Yeah, I haven't had any failed catches yet, but in my alpha I was, you know, only in the first section of the game up to the first gym leader, so I don't know how much opportunity there was for catches to fail, but I don't think catches will fail. There's no RNG in battle, so I don't know why there would be RNG in catching. Although without RNG and catching, kind of reduces one of the challenges. I don't know. You going to muck about and find one? I have no idea where that even came from. Might be on the next island for all I know. I'm going to stay on island number 1 here because that's where all the regular people are going to be anyway. All the new people coming in the stress test. I mean, I'm in a late state. Ooh, is that a... Nope. Is that a box I can interact with? No, it's not. I'll avoid those trainers for the moment. Just... Oh, I'm stuck! Did a trainer spot me? I'm frozen. Yep. Oh, I think I had a wild encounter in the water. Yep, that answers that question. Wild encounters in the water work like Pokemon. When you're swimming, at least. Right. Kalazu and Pukey. Now, as far as I know, you should both go down to this. You can fail captures, but early on it's quite rare. Yeah, I figured that might be the case. In which case, yeah, are there more powerful versions of the Temtem card? Like there are Master Ball, you know, Ultra Balls and shit like that in Pokemon? Or is it just one basic card and you take your chances? You know what? I don't have these, you're right. The thing I like about this game, by the way, unlike Pokemon, if you can trigger an attack, you can select your target, you can go to your next Temtem, select your attack and then target, or actually before you select your final target, you can actually back all the way back out. You press the B button, if you're playing with a controller like I am, to go back all the way through your choices. So if you go, no, actually I don't want to do that, you can change your mind and go back, which is what I just did. I just cancelled my attack, and what we're going to do is throw a Temtem card at the Kalazu. Try and catch both at the same time. See if Pukey tries to escape with he's a little less than half health. Never tried to catch two at once before. Temtem card plus. Okay. Yeah, so there's plus versions of bombs, which are your potions and stuff like that, so I guess that makes sense. Oh, there we go. That's what a fail looks like. Yeah, so much like a Pokeball where it rocks 3 times, you get those 3 pulses. I guess each one of those pulses is an RNG attempt to escape. So you can set it to your deck, which is your PC. Release it, you can rename it from here. I'm going to wait out this turn on him and give it a Water Blade, which it should be resistant to. We'll try and catch it. Ah, still too much. Worth a shot. G's called a Tem deck? Yeah. Not full of imagination on that one, are they? Loading into a house for 10 minutes? Man, Solarin, you're not having the best day. You might be having the worst server luck. Here's an example. Most battles are 2x2, but you can get the occasional trainer battle and or wild encounter, which is just 1 by. Better than Pokemon encounters. You can catch, yeah. You can catch either or. You don't have to knock one out first. So if you get like a shiny, or in Temtem terms they're called Luma. Luma is the equivalent of shiny. If you get a shiny, did it again. It just rolls off my tongue after 20 years. If you get a Luma Temtem, you don't have to fuck about trying to kill the other one or trying to delicately balance the knock one out without the other one passing out and all shit like that. And if you want both, you can catch both. It's nice. Giant group of people inside the professor's house. Just looks like the professor and Max is staying there for minutes. Yeah. Oh! Speaking of server issues. Yeah, he'll be an interesting example. Do we when we rejoin, are we going to drop straight back into this battle? Type of the loaded in and server disconnected. It's every time you connect Solar in, the server reboots. That's twice in a row now. You're a curse. Now I'm in 7,757. Oh, at least they're getting a decent number of people through the door. That's good news for the devs. Bad news for us, trying to have a bit of a go at it, but good news for the devs. They're getting plenty of data, I guess. Wait, I'm still playing? Yeah, I'm not sure how they do the servers, whether they're discrete servers or layered or whatnot, but there's a chance you might not be on the exact same hardware I'm sitting on. Oh, we dropped all the way back out that time. Oh, even though the server's down, I'm still playing with the reconnect box. Ooh. Might want to report that. They're layered. Coolsies. Again, figured that might be the case, but didn't know for sure. Okay, so either the server didn't get the information that we went into a battle, or the reset drops us back into the world where we were by design. Come on. Come on, servers. You can do it. You can do it. So the guild holder, you an alpha player as well, or have you just been digging through the wikis for this handy information you're passing out to us? I'm in the queue. That's a beta for you. Well, this is not a beta. This is a stress test using the alpha code. Oh shit! My monitor just died. Oh, it's back. What that was about. Digging through the wikis and watching people's. Of course, these. Take a while. Oh, there's a new one. What's that? Umishi. I've seen those before. I don't think I've ever fought one. I've seen other trainers drag them around behind them. So they might be good. Oh, I should have healed my Genki as well. Keep forgetting I can't be as complacent in this game that I usually am in Pokemon. 1 or 2 wild battles is enough to require a pretty significant heal of your team often, especially at this point of the game. I have to buy this game when it comes up, actually give it a good go. Well, I mean, there's 2 more stress tests, so they might go smoother. This is literally the first time they've ever stress tested the servers, so I'm actually surprised it's doing as well as it is. I thought for sure we'd spend most of the first 2 hours here just looking at loading screens or queues, but it's actually remarkably smooth for this kind of test. And the way the servers recover when you reconnect is really impressive too. Just 0 progress lost, everything's perfectly synced. Seems like they've done it a really smart way. Come on, game. I just praised you for running surprisingly well. I just realized when I stream this game proper in early access, I might want to move my camera up slightly just so you can see all of the UI in the battle here. Because you can't really see the HP bar of my first team member there, can you? I'll do that when we play proper. Is he going to be breeding this game? Sure is. I haven't done any myself yet. In my alpha time, I didn't get up to the part of the game where it offers you breeding, but yeah. And I think the guild hall on Friday's stream was in here telling us about some breeding mechanics, how there's infertility. You can only breed so many times from a given Temtem, and the number of times they can breed is dependent on their stats, and yeah, it's really quite a lot more complicated than Pokemon's breeding system is. I guess to stop people breeding up 10,000 ideal Temtem and flooding the server with them. But yeah, there certainly is. And there are genders, you can already see on the screen there. If you look at the top, you can see that Puki and Amishi here have got their genders labelled. My team doesn't have their genders labelled because I guess it assumes you would already know them. It only shows the ones in the wild, just in case you want to catch them if you're looking for a specific gender, I guess. I've got a funny feeling we're going to get a server disconnect any second now. I should have set up a counter so we could, like one of those speed chess clocks, so we just time exactly how long we spend waiting for the server to catch up with us. I wonder how big the development team is. Come on, server. You can do it. I don't know whether you noticed this yet already, guys, but if you look at the center of the top of the screen, you'll see my username is bluntNate number 20690. So it doesn't look like you'll be competing for your favorite username, because they've done it like, you know, the bluntNate system where it's just a number. In fact, I think Xbox do that these days too, if you change your Xbox name to give you a number so you can have whatever name you like. Just relog? Yeah, I might have to relog. I think we're crammed up here. Oh, they released a patch. Okay. Don't know whether you're trying to fool me or not into sitting in the queue, but I was thinking the same thing anyway. It's not like I'm desperate to make progress today. So let's see here. How do we force Steam to look for an update? Looks like it just did. Can we choose my starter right now? Gee, the nature type one looks super cute. Same with the fire type one. Okay, so that's new. It's because I loaded the wrong game. Wasn't paying attention. It's auto notes right there. Herper derp. They released a patch. Follow the Twitter, my guy. I'm following the Twitter, but I'm streaming, so I'm not staring at the Twitter. It's a hotfix. Oh, it was a server-side fix, was it? Okay. Ah, hit the queue. Boo. Come on. I'm an alpha player. I should get priority. Yeah, it makes sense it'd be a server-side patch anyway. All right, while we wait, let's do the thing where we actually look at the Twitters. Where are we? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Working on a quick server patch to improve loading times. Hang on a bit. That was 23 minutes ago. All right, so you're hardly on the breaking news side of things there, Dr. Tin. Also, learn to skip the queue this time. Hooray for you! Gonna be a long road from here? Yeah. I mean, this is what we expected. As I keep saying, it is a stress test, not a demo day. Yeah, this is you're right. This is a good time for our
one eternity later.
I really should get around to making more of those things. We don't use them that often, but they do make me smile when we do. I nicknamed the fire type one Smeezy Chimchar. Yeah, I saw a few Pokemon related usernames in my alpha time as well. I'm in live now. GL have fun. Whee! At least the queue's dropping pretty quickly. I love that one of the Temtem is literally a pig with wings, though. Bit of a pain in the ass, that thing. It has an ability that about 50% of them have, and when you beat it, it just gobbles up half your health of the Temtem you used to beat it. The annoying thing about that is it's one of the more common types you find in the grass early in the game when you're trying to level up for the first gym and stuff like that. So you fight a whole bunch of these trying to level up, and it just means you have to run back to heal more often because half the time they just take half your health with them on their way out. Thoughts so far? It's gone smoother than I thought it was going to be. If you're asking me about my thoughts on the game so far, I've got like a 20-minute video up on my main YouTube channel all about that. But short version is I like it. It does quite a few things better than Pokemon do them. There needs to be more variety. At the moment, there's only about 70 of the planned 141 plus Temtem in the game. So in the grass when I'm leveling up, I'm seeing a lot of the same 3 or 4 types of Temtem. That got a bit tedious. But, variety will come on the full release. There'll be many more. Not going through any loading issues in battle now? Interesting. I wonder if that's part of the patch, or it's just because a lot of people are sitting in queues still. The East Coast Healing Center. Yeah, there's a couple of good patches for training that are close to Healing Center. That's one of the other things I like about this game. You've got traditional Poker Center type buildings, which have your PC and your heal station and your shop. But there's also little standalone kiosks out in the wild that are literally little open air kiosk style things. And they have a heal station, they have a PC, and they got a shop. Just jammed into a tiny little kiosk in the middle of certain paths so you can heal up on your way through. And it also makes a great place to sort of stop and do some training because you can just battle, heal, heal, heal. Really quite nice. So you don't have to backtrack all the way back into town and then come all the way back out again. It's awesome. Because, money's hard to come by in this game so far. And you don't get too many freebie heals from boxes on the ground and stuff like that. So, yeah, you want to use your potions and whatnot. Well, they call them, not potions, but... what are they called again? The equivalent of potion, anyway. You don't want to be using those just while you're out in the wild. You can't just burn through those like you can in a modern Pokemon game and just go buy more whenever you like. You got to think about every item you use because they're a bit thin on the ground. Balms, thank you. Balms, they're called. And Balm Plus for the more powerful version. But yeah, you really want to save those for when it's an emergency, because if you use them like you do in a Pokemon game, just to heal up when you're in the field at any point, you're going to burn through them too quick and you're just not going to have them when you need them. Learned that lesson the hard way. I don't know whether there's a fast travel system. Didn't come across that yet because, again, in my alpha stuff, I only did the sort of first island, basically. But I hope there's some sort of fast travel system so you can fly back to town. There is an item, like a smoke bomb item, I think it is, that you can... It's like an escape rope in that when you use it, it'll take you... Well, the escape rope takes you outside the cave, but the smoke bomb takes you to the last main healing station you were at. So that might be as best as we get to a fast travel system for an emergency. Just got one shot by my rival. Yep. I think that's scripted because I did too. I think that's just designed to teach you a lesson. Surprised I haven't got my copyright with all similarities. Well, that's the thing. There's nothing... Copyright is not the same thing as being inspired by or using the same game design stuff. Copyright and trademark don't work that way. That's why you can have more than one first-person shooter game. That's why id Software can't sue Call of Duty. Wow! It picked him up right from where I left off. Like, literally after I selected my attacks. The server recovery on this is awesome. You just literally don't skip a beat. Not a single beat. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and DC beam the Pukey and try and catch the Imishi. Sometimes Max is a total nutter douche. I kind of like Max. They got spunk. They're not as huge a dickhead as Gary, but not a passive little pushover like most of the rivals in modern Pokemon games have been. Alright, so it's pure water type. Its trait is shared pain, which means receiving a consecutive attack in the same turn, the technique gets redirected to another. Ooh! So if this gets targeted by both Temtem on the opposing team, it redirects the second attack. But not back at them, it redirects it to your other Temtem. So you can't get attacked twice in the same round with this one. That's interesting. So you team this up with a big tank. And you might be do some interesting stuff. I just want to push him off the airborne archipelago. Right, so let me... Let's see. Yeah, smoke bomb. There it is. That's what I was talking about. It's puff of smoke allows you to get back to the Temporium, Pokemon Center, or safe place visited last. Yeah, so those are going to be pretty precious. A bit like an escape rope, but works anywhere. And you got the usual stuff, you know, Awakener and Endures and equivalent to berries, I guess. You know, they do the same thing as potions, but they're a natural thing you can find. Revives are the same. Oh, right, I forgot I got this. There's a doomed condition, which is a bit like Perish Song. So this will protect you from that. Because Temtem have hold items. In fact, let's give it to... Oh no, I'll check. Ooh, big leafy bird. Haven't seen any of those. Hey Max, there's an awesome view over here. Please come over here. Hey Max, check out the edge of the island. Oh, don't fall. Can you check when they're playing soon? You couldn't by just sort of walking up to them and clicking them in the alpha, but I'll show you the menu item in a second once we get through this. Leap up and form you. I think those guys might be related by the looks of them. Alright, let's see here. DC beam. It's a wood pump. And venomous claws on the Fumu. I love Psyplat, by the way. It obviously sounds very similar to Psyduck, but they've gone the other way. Because he's not a psychic type. He's called Psyplat because he's a platypus and he's carrying a Psy. Not Psy. Not Psys and psychic. Psys in the weapon. A bit tongue-in-cheek. I like it. His design's a bit goofy, but I like it. Accidentally killed that other one. Didn't mean to do that. Wanted to capture it, but oh well. Probably shouldn't have used the DC attack on it. Come on. Come on! This background's really nice too. Battle stage background thing. Very nice. This is not Psyplat? Yeah. It might have started out that way, and they figured out, oh, you know what we should do? We should give him a Psy. There's actually a second platypus type Temtem as well, called Pluddy Pet. It's got a much cuter design. Come on, server. You can do it. Come on, server. Come on, server. You can do it. Yeah, when I first saw Psyplat, because he's a water type, I thought what he was holding was a trident. Because, you know, when you see a three-pronged fork on something related to water, you think trident. And then, about 3 minutes after that, I went, oh, hang on a sec. That's a Psy. I get it! And then I felt dumb for like 10 minutes. Yeah, I think the server might have fallen over again. Cachos is say I wish. Oh, the sound design's pretty good in this game too. There's one Temtem in this game that sounds just almost exactly like a Australian magpie when it dies. Not the magpie when it dies, but the cry of it when it dies sounds like a bit like a magpie. So I don't know whether there's any Australians working on this team, but we've got a couple of platypus. There's at least one Tem that sounds a lot like a magpie. So there's definitely some Australian influences leaking into the game from somewhere. It's Gangnam Style. See what you did there, Skull. Game froze. Might stop for now and wait to play it. Can't even walk. My little monkey friend. No, keep going. You're part of the stress test. You're doing an important thing. If you want the game to be good, keep going. Keep trying. I might have to reset here. Okay. Skidink. The real nice thing about this is we know how smoothly it picks up again, so there's no fear about just restarting the game. Oh, I don't want to restart just in case I lose that last few minutes of progress. Nope. Just not a thing. Just not a thing you have to worry about. Perhaps this is a near mythical Pokemon Oz region. Alright, back in the queue. Looks like a lot of people just restarted too, and we're back at nearly 6,000 again. Stress those servers, baby. Stress them out. Yep, their Discord is full of Fs in chat again. It's a useful tool, just watching the main general channel in their Discord. Oh, is it just me having problems at my end, or is it everybody? You look at the Discord, F. Oh yeah, it's everybody. Server rebooted just because I couldn't. Yeah. At least you're getting plenty good stress data. Yeah. Yep. I mean, the more pressure we put on and the more times we break it, you know, as a community today, the better off we're going to be at launch, because they're hopefully not going to underestimate what they need to do on launch day to make sure when people are paying for early access versions, they're not going to get balked on the servers. Because that's one of the most frustrating. I mean, it always happens. Any online game day one, it's always going to have problems. But doing tests like this is a way to try and minimize those problems, or at least find out where the weakest parts are, so when they do happen on day one, you can fix it faster. All that kind of stuff. It's important. We're doing the Lord Gaben's work right now, guys. Break it early test run? Exactly. To be honest, this is good. Yeah, if the stress test went flawlessly, there'd be reason to worry. Either they're incredibly talented, or not enough people are interested in the game. Or it's just asking for trouble on launch day. That's the axiom. You want lots of small problems before day one, so you get as much chance to fix the small stuff as possible. Same thing with building a PC, like we were talking about earlier. You want at least one or two little problems when you're building a PC, because everything goes perfectly smooth. You know, as soon as you try and turn it on, something bad's going to happen. Not only interested in this game, I remember playing EverQuest when PC frog locks went live. I don't know what that means. Is that a typo, or is that an expansion. Trying to make a Pangarian when WoW launched. Yeah, like I said, every online game on day one has problems. There's no such thing as an online game, especially in MMOs, especially with MMOs, that has a flawless day one. Even when they do stress tests, like day one of Temtem is not going to be flawless. It's impossible. It's just not how things work. But doing tests like this make those flaws fewer and further between, and like I said, just gives them some hints about what is going to break and how they should fix it and how to fix it fast. This feels like a big one though. I think they might have hard reset the servers on this one. Might be swapping out some Ethernet cables. Or you don't plug into power cable, it's common PC build problem. I always remember to plug in the cable. What I don't always remember to do is flick the switch on the back of the power supply. Like the cable's always plugged in, but sometimes that little rocker switch on the back there gets me. Yeah, Pookie knows what's up. I've done that a couple of times on live builds here on stream, actually. At least 2 of the builds we've done live on stream I've done that with. It's always embarrassing too. See, one dumb mistake I do make fairly often, especially when I'm reviewing graphics cards, like I'll spend all day swapping graphics cards in and out of a machine to do some comparative tests and fresh benchmarks and stuff. And about 30% of the time when I swap out a new graphics card to, test the next one, I'll forget to plug in its PCIe power, its power accessory cord. I'll just sort of jam it in the slot, close up the case, turn it on, and went, hey, did you remember it? And the computer will tell you, this card needs extra power, dingus. You might want to try plugging it in. Okay. When the BIOS is correcting your mistakes, you know you've done something dumb. You never don't feel like I'm home when it happens. I know, right? Every time. Mum got me a bunch of t-shirts for Christmas. One says, have you tried turning it on? I think nice. Another, in my defense. Oh, I need one of those. In my defense, I was unsupervised. Of course, I'm normally unsupervised by choice, but it's a great t-shirt. Yee. Okay. Just had to double check the time there to make sure we hadn't burned through all server. No, we're an hour into the 2-hour slot, so we should still have a bit more to do if the servers ever come back. Let's have a look at the Discord. What's going on in the Discord? Should we wait or keep testing? It's a stress. Yeah, there's a bunch of people complaining about it. Another bunch of people trying to explain to them what a stress test is. That figures. It's always the thing. Looks like we might be on our way here. Nope. It took us a whole hour to brick the servers. That's not too bad. On the first stress test. Again, I was expecting this kind of stuff, but I was expecting it basically immediately. I wonder if a second batch of people just came on because they did they're in different time zones and they did the math wrong. Like they're an hour off because of daylight savings. Because we are almost in exactly an hour after the stress test began. So yeah, I can't help but wonder if extra people are trying to get in because they did the math wrong. Aki, hello there. Stress test was going well, actually. I mean, we had a few dropouts and restarts and lag issues and things like that, but it went way smoother than I was expecting it to for this kind of test, the first of such tests. And recovery is amazing too. Like, no matter what we were doing in the game, when we managed to reconnect, we picked up exactly where we were. Not even 15 seconds of lost progress. It's remarkable. Uh, 22 minutes ago from Twitter, going to be rebooting the service several times. We'll allocate the issues. Yep. Standard operating procedure. I've been trying to type Blue Burger into the Temtem chat for the past 3 minutes. The servers are off, so I don't know why you're not disconnecting like the rest of us when the servers go down. That's weird. Your experience has been unusual, Solarin. I think servers are going down. Yep. You think the server's gone down, do you? What gave you that idea? Let's try a hard reboot, see if that refreshes things. See, the music's already stuck in my head. Sign of good music when it gets stuck on your head. You can hear it when it's not playing.
One eternity later.
Alright, let's have a look at that tweet. Oh, why am I so gassy? I haven't eaten anything today. Maybe that's the reason. Alright, Temtem Twitter. Let's have a look here. Yeah. Seems like the last post is still that thing about the service, yeah. Not surprised that they're not paying a lot of attention to Twitter right now. I wonder if they're replying to anybody. Wait, lag and waiting times should be getting better. We're still working on improving everything. If you're on a black screen, try restarting the game. That was 11 minutes ago. Yep, there's another one replying to their Twitter. Smoothest stress test I played in a while. You guys are doing great. Try your best. Man, the community's pretty supportive. Haven't interacted much with the Temtem community in my sort of 3 days of alpha access when I was preparing my first impressions video. But yeah, and it's not uncommon for a game at this stage of development, where it's been in closed alpha and things like that, for the community to be relatively free of toxins. It's not until the game goes public that the toxic people can start pouring in. Because everyone in this stage of the game is pretty invested in hoping it's good. Probably have the hand tool. Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you'll have a separate person on social media than the people actually working on getting the game to work. But Temtem, you know, I'm not sure how big their development team is, but it's probably not the case that they have an entirely separate person just for social media, like EA does. In fact, EA has more than one person for social media. Your question about how many people are developing Temtem. There's 11 to 50 employees. That's a broad window. 11 full-time and 50 contractors, maybe. Actually, is Temtem the first game the Crema people have ever developed? Crema developer, the Crema group. Crema.gg, bunch of monkeys making video games. Oh, their server's dead. Their web server's dead. It appears you don't have permission to access this page. You got a 403 error. Forbidden. Is the Temtem site itself down? What is it? Playtemtem.com. Nope, playtemtem.com is still up. Alright, let's click on the developer tag on that. Humble bundle of developer resources. Okay, so I don't think they're supposed to click through to that. Oh well. Saying that everyone who works at EA is a bunch of soulless robots? No, not everybody. I know a guy who doesn't anymore, but he did work for them for a few years. He was a pretty good guy. Yeah. The people who work for a company are not the company, especially on companies the scale of EA. And when we saw this with Blizzard, when the whole Hong Kong thing came out, there was a lot of Blizzard employees who were out there saying, "Hey, we don't agree with the corporate line on this. Don't blame us. It's them. It's the suits. Not us, not us. In fact, we're outside protesting right now. We're with you." It's useful to keep that in mind when you're angry at a company. Put your anger in the right place. Hey, Izzy, how you doing? Trans Whisperer. So they're about ready to quote Doc McCoy yet? Instead, Jim? No. Now this is more Spock. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. The entire Grammar Game site is down? Yep, just tried. The Play Temtem site itself was down just before the stress test started. I had the same 403 error. So looks like they got their... They might have switched to a mirror for the playtemtem.com site, but yeah, the crema.gg site is dead right now. I wonder what its relation to the game servers are. Playing Civ 6 while watching the stream. Nice. You've gotten hooked on the Civ, haven't you? I've generally stayed away from that series and The Sims just because of their addictive potential. That said, the number of hours I've plowed into Pokemon and Dauntless recently is large. Man, I spent, like, yesterday, for those who don't know why I didn't stream yesterday, I left my windows open overnight. I fell asleep with the windows open, and the smoke got bad in Sydney again yesterday. So a bunch of smoke came in overnight, and it just ruined my throat. I woke up with a headache, and my throat was all dry and scratchy, and I felt terrible. By the time I got to stream time yesterday afternoon, as I was trying to do some vocal warm-up exercises, I realized that I just couldn't speak properly. It was all... And my throat's still pretty dry, actually. I forgot where I was going with that story. I was telling it for a reason. What did I start with? There's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow, Jim. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it. Not as we know it. It's life, Jim, but not as we know it. Not as we know it, Jim. Star trekking across the universe. Who knows that song? That goes back away. Speaking of Star Trek, we're like what? A week away from Picard? Maybe a week and a half? Something like that. A couple of days before we finally get to the conclusion of the Arrowverse crossover event. TV's starting to get good again. Yeah, I got frozen out here. Let's try another F4. Let's try our luck. It's starting to take longer and longer between those server retries again. Great, stuck in my head again. Discovery got renewed for a 4th season, I believe. Really? I hadn't heard that be. Oh, here we go. Can't move. I can't move. I can use the arrow keys. Oh, no, wait. My controller turned off. We spent so long trying to restart the servers, my controller timed out. I thought it was server lag, but no. The controller just turned off. We're fine. Chroma student? Yeah. I don't know whether their developer website is a priority for them right now. It'll probably stay down for a while. Let's see here. Let's rearrange the squad. There we go. By the way, Pokemon people who've been asking for this in Pokemon games for the last several generations, every Temtem can follow you. Whoever's in the front of your team just follows you. Seeing a little bit of server lag as I'm walking around here now. Didn't see that before. Let's keep an eye on the other trainers, see if we can see it in them. Looks pretty smooth to me. Oh, nope, there we go. A little bit of rubber banding there. And Divino looks sweet there. Look at him. His little costume. Matching his Temtem. I haven't knocked any cool clothes yet. I did get a dye. I unlocked a dye. So I can do my hair. No. I guess the dye wasn't for my hair. Maybe it was for my top. Oh, you can go shirtless, by the way. If you want to go shirtless, you can go shirtless. Oh, there we go. There's the dye unlocked. Not a very interesting dye, but I did unlock it. I'm gonna go dark pants. Right, remove dye. Are the dyes consumable? Ah, the dyes are consumable. No. Oh well. I guess you kind of had to expect that in a game like this. You're gonna sell me dyes by microtransaction, I bet. I mean, obviously you can get them in the game because that's how I got that dye, but. Can they ride around the top of your head like an Eva can? I haven't seen any that can do that yet, but...
Peacock!
I love my new alert.
Howdy.
Spanky Bear, thank you very much for the sub right there. 29 months in a total, 2 months in a row. Excuse me. Told you my throat was still a bit fucked up. Yeah, where's that menu? Yeah. Here. Well, that's interesting. It's gone. Oh, no, there it is. It's in the first part. Look at... Oh, my camera's in the way. Hang on a sec. Look at the bottom item on that menu tab. Mounts. I'm not sure whether we're going to be mounting certain Temtem, or there are specific kinds of mounts separate from the Temtem team, but there are mounts. I added different emotes yet? No. Yeah, so you got an emote wheel as well, so you can get a little challenge fight emote, happy emote, love emote, wave emote. These are probably going to be customizable as well. Hopefully we get more slots on the wheel. They're pretty cute though. Does this guy know how to emote, or is he just going to spurt around me? Nope, just going to spurt around me. Okay. Try this guy. Do you know how to emote? Goddamn newbies! Will you obey the rules of an online game? If I wave at you, you gotta wave back. Ignorant. Rude. Let's go find someone else to try it on. Okay. Looks like this guy might be in a menu. Not moving. Here we go. Rude! He's talking NPC. Gah! Toxic community. Goddamn toxic community. Oh! Trainer battle. Would it really bother you if they changed small amount for purely cosmetic item I could die? No. It's one of the ways they're going to have to make money. I mean, they've got to pay for service. There's no subscription. It's a cash on the barrelhead game. And there's no pay to win crap or pay to advance crap, so they've got to make the money somehow. So if they want to charge me for dyes, yeah, fine. If they want to charge me for cosmetics, fine. I'm quite happy to pay my way in an ongoing game that I spend, you know, hundreds of hours in. Like Dauntless, for example. I bought the Hunt Pass many times in Dauntless, even though I don't have to. I just like to, because the stuff they put in the Hunt Pass is attractive. And thank you for the raid, Gaily. What was I saying? Yeah, because I spend so much time in Dauntless, I'm more than happy to give them, you know, $15 every 50 days or so for the Hunt Pass. So I enjoy it so much. So yeah, I'm not against microtransactions, as long as they're employed in a good way. And yeah, things like consumable dyes or cosmetic items, I'm perfectly happy with as reasonably priced microtransactions. Like if it was like $1 for a dye, that's fine. Or $1 for a pack of 3 or something, that's fine. Pikachu. Server just got crashing, so gave up. Yeah, the servers went down for a good 15 minutes there. They're back up again now. I mean, they're not running perfectly smoothly as we wait for our battle, but they're up. The best pupper? Nice name. This is exactly what stress is for, exactly. Pikachu. I'm not complaining, I'm just saying. Thank you for the fellow best pupper. Yeah, this is precisely why we want stress tests. This isn't a demo day, as I keep reminding people. This isn't about testing the game early. This is about trying to burn the servers down so when day one really comes, it's going to go smoother than it would have. Well, day one of early access at least. Because early access is going to be public at the end of the month. In, what, 2 weeks? Less than 2 weeks. Just under 2 weeks. No, wait. Week and a half. Oh, wait. Oh, no. I've got my calendar marked wrong here. Yeah. On the 22nd. 11 days. This is taking a while. Jason. Thanks for popping in. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. I wonder if I should Alt F4 again at this point. I'll give it another 15-20 seconds. The server's desperately trying to squirt the trainer across to my side. At least the music's nice. Nope, I'm going for a restart. Live, damn it, live! I want to know what this one is. This little dark thing in the middle. Here we go. Right back in. Alright, so yeah, energy manipulation. That's the move I was telling you about. See, it's got a little plus sign in it. That means it's got synergy with my little nature type over here. When used in combination with a nature ally, energy manipulation does additional damage and exhausts for 2 turns. So it does extra damage and has an effect when you're using it with the synergy, because it goes from 45 damage to 60 damage, and that's significant. Especially earlier in the game before you learn Beta Burst, which is a 100 damage move. And it's got a cool little animation when you use it too. You can see there's a little beam that goes... Actually, I'll just show it to you. I'll use it. You can see the beam go from Saku to Hochik as it boosts the move. Watch it. Well, watch it in a moment when the server catches up anyway. As well. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Go server go. You can do it. Well, trust me, it does the thing. At least the local side animations run smoothly while this is happening. I think it might feel a bit more painful if the game just sort of stuttered while it was trying to get the server to communicate to it. Everyone around me is stuck, but the NPC is still moving? Yeah. I think the servers might have did a little poopy in their pants again. Alrighty. My game starters in a battle thing like that, or in the overworld? I've seen a couple of hitches in the overworld, a little bit of rubber banding, but nothing as severe as I was anticipating. Yeah, this thing right in the middle here. I wonder what that is. There it is. Did you see the beam? It was quick. I love how it picks up exactly where you left off. So good. Ah, you hit your own guy, you dumbass. Gotta be careful with that chain lightning. Of course, to kick the shit out of me too, but whatever. Alright. Gonna put you to sleep. And we're gonna go ahead and give you a sharp leaf. You never hold in battle. Interesting. Come on. I'm gonna have to do this fight 1 round at a time between restarts. So the creature design is just a step above what you usually see in this Pokemon copycat kind of game though, isn't it? They've got a style all of their own in this game. I mean, Saku definitely looks like it could be straight out of a Pokemon game. Genki maybe, but in general, they don't look like just cheap knockoffs of Pokemon, do they? Doing our job, boys. Crippling the server over here. I wonder how many people they've got on. The largest number I've seen for a queue is about 7,000. Looks like a hybrid of Pokemon and Digimon in the zones. You know what? You're not wrong. You are not wrong. A lot of floating Pokemon. I think that's kind of a theme for this island. Someone mentioned in the comments of the video I put up a couple of days ago that, you know, this first island here has a lot of, you know, flying type Pokemon and stuff on it because it's a floating island. But there are some Pokemon that crawl along the ground I've seen already. Got a couple myself. Yeah, I think just part of the thematics of this island is there are a lot more floaty types. Temtem? Did I say Pokemon or did you say... Yeah, we know what you mean. It's going to take a while to readjust the brain. I mean, I'm still calling the nature type grass type and the mental type psychic type half the time when I'm trying to talk about them. Or say the word potions when I mean whatever it is in this game. I've forgotten what it is already. Balms. Oh, chick, no! I was hoping his hypnosis was going to be fast enough, but I guess not. Go, Saku! Alright, let's see here. You know what? We haven't seen two-way come out yet. Let me show you two-way. Multi-pick! And this should be the... Oh no, he's got one more Pokemon, so we won't use Narcoleptic. Narcoleptic Hit is a... It's a strong move, 140 damage, but it does put me to sleep after I use it. So that's normally my final turn move, just to try and wipe them out, because then it doesn't matter whether I go to sleep. We're going to go ahead with a Wind Burst. Let me see the section. How much can you customize a character? There's a fair amount. I didn't actually do any customization in my stream here because surprisingly it let me keep my progress that I made in the closed alpha in the stress test today. I thought they were going to reset everybody, but apparently not. So yeah, I didn't do that on stream. But yeah, I mean, you get a few basic haircuts and eye colors and body types and a few basic clothing choices to start out with. And as you go through the game, you're going to unlock more and more of that kind of stuff. And they're probably going to have microtransaction stuff related to cosmetics as well. But you know, it's an MMO, so you need a fair amount of self-expression, so everyone's not walking around with the same avatar. And of course, we're not in final game yet, so by the time the game launches, there may very well be more default options as well. But yeah, in my experience so far, both on the stress test this morning and in the alpha, every trainer I came across looked, unique, or unique enough, as far as real people go. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to do this fight one round at a time between reboots, because the server keeps choking out on me. It's pretty funny. I nicknamed my two-way toucan Sam. Yeah, I wasn't nicknaming any of my Temtem because I was trying to learn their actual names. It's like when you start a new Pokemon game and there's a new generation of Pokemon, you don't nickname any of the new ones because you're trying to remember what the bloody hell they're supposed to be called. Multi-deck wasn't enough. There we go. Alright, are we going to have to reboot again at the end of the battle? Oh wait, they've got one more. Wait a second. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Am I attacking the trainer now? Sure, let's attack the trainer. No, I can only choose to attack myself. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! We managed to find a glitch here. It's the first genuine glitch I've ever come across in this game, actually. Alright, that definitely necessitates an Alt F4. I think the server might have gone out of sync there. It might have thought the next Temtem had come out, but didn't. Oh, it just ended the battle. But she had one more Temtem to fight me with. Oh well. Hop! 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 Nope, this way. Actually, let me find a good place to do this. I'm going to show you the difference in the graphics settings. Okay, this will be nice. So when you have low and ultra. Okay, so that's low mode. Take a screenshot for myself. So it still looks pretty good. Even in low quality, I mean there's only two graphics modes at the moment, low and ultra. There'll be more of course in the end game. Well, when it gets to 1.0. But even on low settings it still looks pretty good. So you've got reflections and everything. Oops. I keep pressing start to get to the menu, but it's not start. It's left trigger. There's only ultra texture quality at the moment as well. Which is weird. It does have multiple aspect ratios as well, including ultra widescreen. Even 4:3. There we go. So you just get a bit more haze and atmospherics and particle effects and shit like that. And shadows. Shadows come back when you go back to ultra mode as well. So it feels like a pretty solid engine they're working on. Actually, come to think of it, I don't know what graphics engine they're using. I wonder if this is like Unity or something. It doesn't feel like a Unity game. Come on, server. Give me something to do. And any day now. I'm gonna restart. I did mean to heal my Temtem anyway. I forgot to do that. Not my distraction talking about the graphics. So you got Borders as well. Actually, I haven't fiddled with that yet, but yeah. I didn't notice any logos when we set up there of Unity or whatnot. I wonder if you're using custom engine. Oh, that's interesting. We're right into the wild battle we just triggered. The recovery of the server is just... I'm so impressed with it. Doesn't skip a beat between restarts. Not a single beat. Is this new Pokemon? Yeah, this is Pokemon Pokemon Gun. It's the 3rd tier version of Pokemon Sword and Shield. There's been a few changes. Oh, it is Unity. As Unity base games come across, Steam don't have borderless mode. We might need to restart again to make sure we get through this battle. This is so... The servers are under such stress we have to reload between each round of battle at the moment. Oh, we dropped out again. That's interesting. I guess it did count our last attack after all. Just didn't animate it for us. Alright, so let's maybe avoid triggering more wild encounters for the moment. Hang on a sec, I want to do a joke. Hang on a sec. See this guy here? Watch this. I just pushed past the limit. I don't know, but that was worth all the build-up for that, but made me smile. Overshadow. Cool name. Striker. Ooh, look at this Pokemon. Little kind of Chinese dragon, water dragon type thing going on here. That looks awesome. I want one of those. How do I find out what that's called? Ah. That's one change I wish I'd make. I wish you could walk up to a trainer's Pokemon and click on it and see information about it. Its name, its type or something. Area it comes from, something like that. Caught a new Temtem. That catching animation is really good. It's nice, isn't it? The way they sort of digitize. These servers are on fire. It's funny, I keep eyeing the count viewership. Because this is a new game and stress tests and everything, there's viewers just pouring in and then pouring out again as they're just checking out what's going on with other streamers. Or is their game down as well? Fluctuating wildly on the viewers. Oh. Oh. I haven't been stuck on this screen in a while. We only got about 10 minutes left to the official stress test anyway, so probably not going to get to do much more. Let's have a look at their Twitter. Lag and waiting time should be getting better. Still working on improving everything. If you're on a black screen, try restarting the game. Blah, blah, blah. Restarted the server. Oh, here we go. 45 seconds ago. Restarted the server again. We've made more fixes that should help with loading times. So it's probably going to behoove me to try and restart now. Looks like I restarted just before they booted the servers again. Yeah, I wish they were live streaming a picture of a thermometer from the server room. Hey Mitchie, how you doing? Yeah, we're stuck on the screen again. Boo. If you're stuck entering a battle, restarting this game should set you in. Yep, figured that one out already. Still working on more fixes. Yeah. So they're being pretty communicative on Twitter. It's 4 hours stresses. 4 hours? I thought it was only 2. Got a Just one of us, two. Did I do the math wrong? Where's my notes? Oh, it is 2. Where did I get 2 hours from? Maybe get stuck in my head because it started 2 hours before regular Minecraft stream starts. Oh well, we might as well keep going then, do our part. Sorry, Minecraft peeps. We'll get there. I want to do my part for the stress test though. Because I want this game to be good. I really want it to be good. The last stress test is 2 hours. Maybe that's where I got the number from then. Oh, looks like we're getting back in this time. Hey. Gather. Sorry, just weird things just came up on my quest tracker there that I don't remember triggering. Something about gathering rocks, and then it disappeared when I was trying to read it. In fact, all my other quests have disappeared. As far as I know, there's no way to alter what comes up in your quest tracker. You can't track and detrack various quests. Don't think that's in here yet. Yeah, the quest menu is still grayed out, so we can't manually fiddle with our quests. That'll come at some point, though. You don't have any friends. Go make some. Yeah, so this is how you get a list of people who are, I guess, sitting around you right now. I can't scroll down any further than that. There we go. D-pad did it. So it doesn't seem like there's any way for me to manually add, like, one of you guys if you tell me what your name is, for example. I wonder if that'll come, so you can manually add friends, so you can only add friends that you can see in the world. Because you can't directly interact with anybody. As it stands right here, you can't sort of click on them. Oh, that was a big lag spike there. Put this on my wish list on Steam. Yeah, it's been on my wish list on Steam for about 2 years. It was E3 a couple of years ago, so at least a year and a half ago, I guess. Yeah, E3 a couple of years ago, they first previewed it. And I remember because we were live streaming the presentations, I don't remember whose presentation it was in. Might have been the PC section, I guess. But whatever it was, I remember like live on stream, I was like, whoop, adding that to my Steam wish list. Keeping an eye on that. And here we are, a year and a half later, playing the stress test. But yeah, I've been staring at that coming soon label on Steam on this game for quite some time. Ooh! I found a Luma! No, they're gonna wipe the servers. That's a shiny. That scale is a shiny. That's not how they normally look. Man, we gotta do this careful. Wait, if I just one beta burst you. I have no idea what the odds are. He's level 6. I might try and catch him direct. I got 14 cards to burn. I mean, I can't keep him anyway, but still. Just so I can say I caught a shiny. Sorry, a Luma. Now with the console version. I hope they prioritize Twitch. First try! Screenshot that. We got a shine. A Luma. Come on. 20 years of habit saying shiny. Leave me alone. Posh Midget. Hey, Posh Midget. I just got a Luma. Shiny. I'm glad the server didn't crash while I was doing that. Thank you, Paul. Looks like we're even exiting battle smoothly. Here we are. Make your skull kid. Celebratory bits. Alright, now obviously, let's see. Obviously we have to put this in our team now. Out front so people can see it. Look at my shine. Oh, it does sparkle too. Oh wait, no, they're all sparkle. This one's sparkle. Wait, no, that's a shiny too. Alright, I'll show off my shiny if you show me yours. What game is this? This is Temtem. It's a game very similar to Pokemon in many ways, except it's an MMO. Let's go here, catch him. Yeah, I like the animation. I think Sheena just noticed my shiny. Sorry, Luma. God damn it. I think it's Skull Kid and Fall for the Bits. Oh, are we in a bit competition? Is that what's going on here? Thank you for the 100. Shiny, look at my shiny, look at my shiny. Sorry, Luma. Look at my Luma. Look at my Luma. I'm gonna type in the in-game chat. God, Luma! Oh wait, I'm gonna. Got a shot. I mean Luma. In-game chat's not working. Boo! Thank you, Paul. Skull Kid trying to say. Oh right, the hype train. I forgot that was a thing now. On Switch, not yet. Posh Midget. It's PC only at the moment because this is early access. Actually, it's not even early access yet. I played about 10 hours of the alpha over the last week or so. There's a video up on my main channel about it, a 20-minute video that breaks down the game and my first impressions and stuff. This today is a stress test. We're just trying to melt down the servers today. A little 4-hour stress test window. But yeah, PC only while they're in development. But their plan is to come to consoles. And I would be very surprised if it didn't come to Switch. Because it would be just perfectly at home on the Switch. And yeah, like I was about to say, I think I got interrupted. I hope they prioritize Switch development. Unlike Dauntless. Switch was the last one to get Dauntless. I hope they go the other way with this game. I hope Switch is the first console they launch on. Because why wouldn't you? That's where all the Pokemon players are anyway. I got a Luma. I got a Luma. No idea if this Temtem is actually any good. Haven't seen anyone else walking around with one. But I got my first shiny. That's all that counts. I'm trying to see if the non-Luma ones have those very subtle little sparkles that come off them. No, that regular little fire ape doesn't have one, but the potato one that just disappeared did, so that definitely was a shiny. So you can tell shinies in the overworld even if you don't know the colours. Even if you're not familiar with it, you can tell if someone's got a shiny because they kind of glow and they got those little blue sparkly things going on. Awesome. Just seen a game called Pepe. I thought it said Pepper. What? Seen a box called Pepe. I thought it said Pepper. I have no idea what you're talking about there. A box called Pepe. What? Considering they've shown on Twitter them playing this on a Switch duplicate. Have they? Didn't see that on the Twitter. How long ago did they do that? Yeah, but ever since... Because this was... funding was kicked off by a Kickstarter. And they were very clear on the Kickstarter and the FAQ, and their FAQ, that their hope is to bring it to consoles. And I think they mentioned Switch specifically in that. And there will be cross-play. They've said that already. So I'll be wandering around here on my PC and I could walk up to maybe that person's sassy. I wonder if that's sass. Yeah, there'll be cross-play, hopefully seamless cross-play. And seeing as we've already demonstrated today that every inch of progress is server-side. So that should mean cross-save is zero issue. I should be able to, like Dauntless, stop this on my PC, pick it up on the Switch, and not lose a beat. It's not sass? I don't think it was, I'm just saying. Just reminded me of Renee. I don't know what these ladders are for. On the side of buildings, you can't climb them. It really annoys me. Don't put a ladder in a video game if you can't climb up it. Alright, let's see if we can train up our shiny. Let's get him some experience. When the game releases, we get to keep what you call today? No. There will be a server reset for the open early access. This is still technically alpha code because I've got my alpha save running. This is my same game save as I was always using the alpha. See, look there. That's what they're supposed to look like. Mine's all chocolatey. And it's supposed to be all cinnamon. Actually, I'm going to screenshot that too so I can see the difference. Useful to have that footage. Alright, now we just have to make sure he survives this battle. That's the sound I was talking about before. It sounds a lot like an Aussie magpie. That little warble. Use the footage when someone said Nintendo will never allow competition in Pokemon with systems. Since actually get the dev kit, you need to pitch ready to Nintendo. Mm-hmm. Plus, Nintendo don't care. I mean, they've got a portion of the Pokemon property. You know, they own a third of it. Between them, Game Freak, and the Pokemon Company, they all own it. But it's not in Nintendo's best interest to have a strong competitor to Pokemon be on someone else's system only. If people are going to buy this game and play this game, Nintendo want to make sure they're playing it on their hardware and paying for it through their storefront. I mean, it's not going to make Pokemon disappear or devalue Pokemon. It's just going to only add value to the system. Having game people want to play on it. It would be ridiculous from the game. Nope, too similar to Pokemon, bugger off. Have anyone who wants to play this play it on someone else's hardware. That doesn't make sense. I think I might have to restart the game again to get through the rest of this fight. Yeah. That seems to be a common problem right now with the servers. Have I got them configured? Nintendo's smart about it. They'll promote this game. I mean, if Nintendo's smart about it, they'll fucking invest in this game. Wouldn't be the first time they've published a game for their system through their brand that on other systems is published by a different company. Could be published by Humble Bundle and everywhere else, but published by Nintendo through the Switch version. Wouldn't be unheard of. Ah, crap, we're going to have to reboot again. found a Kaku, which is the pre-evo of your Temtem. Yep. Kaku's the pre-evo of Saku. Evolves at somewhere in the mid-teens, I think. 18, 16, something like that. Pretty useful. I like him so far. I thought he was just going to be a basic little Oddish type guy, but I think I like him more than Oddish. He's got a cool poison type move. It's been quite useful. Quite effective against certain Pokemon you face against as you progress. I would recommend catching a Kaku. We need to have this game on Nintendo Switch so the people that make Pokemon can see and develop a better game. I'm sure they're aware of it anyway. I'm sure Game Freak are not deaf to this game's existence. But yeah. One of the reasons... Now, did we get experience properly for that? Yep, looks like we did. A little purple experience bar there is filled up. Sweet! Yeah, like I said, I was about to say, one of the reasons I hope this game does well is not just because I've wanted an MMO Pokemon game for ages and ages and ages, but also, if this game does really well, it will hopefully force Game Freak into actually stop resting on their goddamn laurels. I mean, it's not like Game Freak haven't done any step forward. They kind of were forced into stepping forward when Switch was the only option to publish on. So there was no dedicated handheld anymore, so they had no other option but to go to Switch. But a decent game with a decent amount of competition that Pokemon players actually want to play. I'm not sure how much crossover there was with Yokai Watch. I think Yokai Watch's fan base was mostly new. Like kids who like the anime started playing the game. I'm not sure how many Pokemon people went across. But this is designed to attract Pokemon players. So if you can't interact between players, what's the difference in this and Shordoon? Again, you have to remember this is not the finished version of the game. Not all features are here yet. And you can interact with players, by the way. You just can't do it at the moment by clicking on them in the field. But there is PvP, both casual and hardcore. There'll be trading. There's probably going to be something to do with breeding that's multiplayer compatible. There'll be guilds and shit like that. And who knows what that's going to mean for sharing resources or shit like that. But yeah, you have to remember that not all the features are here at the moment. This is alpha code in a stress test. And even when the open early access launches, that's not necessarily going to have all the code in it yet either, all the features. It's not going to have the whole game. It's going to have about 50% of the islands and won't have all the planned Temtem, won't have all the story, and very likely won't have a finalized feature set. Yeah, I mean, what you're seeing right now is, it's not even their final form, as we say. That Fox Temtem is cute. Yeah, the little one I have, that one's actually shiny, or what they call in Temtem terms a Luma. Special coloured version. The normal ones are just sort of a rusty red. Mine's chocolate. Oh yeah, there you go. See both on the same thing. See? Mine's Luma. Old and busted, new hotness. Boring. Hooray! Rare! And interesting. Alright, what am I doing? Yeah, I mean, they kind of had to have shinies, didn't they? Kind of had to. You got to have those chase items in an MMO or an RPG at all. You always got to have a chase item. And in a game like this, shinies are kind of the default expectation. Or Luma, as they call them in this game. I'm going to get that wrong for years, I know it. I'm just going to call them shinies. Fuck you. Fuck you, Chroma. Just call them shinies. Just be done with it. Pokemon themselves didn't even officially call them shinies until fucking last year. Could have stolen the term. Could have trademarked it. Would have been fine. Can't wait for this to become more stable. It's actually remarkably stable already. It's not stable today because they're deliberately trying to stress the servers. This is a stress test. But in the alpha, when they weren't stressing the servers, it ran perfect. No hitches, no slowdowns, no crashes, no glitches. It was amazingly stable for an alpha. Also, oh yeah, that's the other thing I forgot, as the guild pointed out there. Luma aren't just shiny, they also have a guaranteed 3 perfect stats. In fact, we should check this guy's stats after we reboot so we can get past this part of the battle. Shiny Charm was introduced in Gen 5. Called him. Oh, right, yeah, you're not wrong. Did forget about the Shiny Charm stuff. That was Gen 5, yeah. In either case, he went through 5 generations of Pokemon before they even used the term shiny. In the anime and stuff, they just call them differently colored Pokemon. Oh, come on, game, please. There we go. Not game, servers. Don't blame the game, blame the servers. Alright, let's have a look at our scale here. Wow. We actually have 5 perfect IV, or SVs, they're called in this game. SVs and TVs are like IVs and EVs. And I have perfect HP, stamina, defense, special attack, and special defense. Weakness is in attack. And speed's almost perfect. We're only 4 points off perfect speed, but attack is not good. What's his trait do, actually? When HP below 33%, techniques do 33%. Oh, wait. That's nice. When we're weak, we boost our damage. Awesome. I'm really upset that I don't get to keep this guy now. But at least I know what shinies look like when they present in the wild now. They sparkle just like regular Pokemon, shiny Pokemon do. Ding! First route is packed to people? Of course it is. I was going to wander all the way back there, but I thought I might hang around here and wait for people to turn up, but yeah. Because it's a long way back from where I am. Actually, you know what? It's not that far back. I'm about halfway back already. So that's the map I explored so far. This is pretty much the first island. Except there seems to be an unexplored area here, which I should probably go... Yeah, you know what? That's my excuse for going back to the initial area. I should be able to surf into this area, maybe. Seems like there should be more map there. Alright, so where am I? I'm there. Alright, so let's go south. Let's see if we can find all the newbies. Show off my shiny. Fuck it, Luma. Oh yeah, ledges work the same in Pokemon as well. You can one-way ledges. They stole that idea as well. Oh, hang on a sec. Can I get into this pond? No, I can't. Damn it. I'm gonna do it this way. Nope. Tile battles require resets. Yeah, it's just a server thing right now, it's fine. It wasn't like that at the start of the day. It's just as the servers got more and more pressure put on them, it started to happen. bit annoying, but stress test. It's supposed to be broken. I don't know if there's an EV type Temtem in this game. There's multiple possibilities. No idea. Not that I know about. There is an EV lookalike on the splash screen as you boot up. Looks a little bit like an Umbrian. Alright, we're frozen out again. Let's just do a reset immediately. Actually, I can show you the Umbrian lookalike as we do this. Right there, right in the middle. You know, not an identical match, but it does remind me of Umbrian, just in the shape of his face and his little eyes. Actually getting really good at resetting my game. Yeah, right. No, not my defense. Come on, server. You can do it. We'll be back. And overworld. And overworld. I can hear footsteps. Keeps bugging out my game when I go to pick a target for moves. Yeah, it freezes sometimes. It's the server's under stress. That's what they're supposed to be. Technique when it freezes like that is just to Alt F4 and restart the game. You get the EV Temtem 2Y has multiple Evos, but only one currently in game. Ah, neat. How many Evos? Or do we just know multiple so far? Oh, here we go. I can show you the open air healing stations. This is what I was talking about, these little kiosks you find occasionally along the middle of pathways. So you get a little mini shop, little PC station, and a little heal station. Super nice. I wish Pokemon would steal this idea. Save a lot of time than, you know, fast traveling back and forth between town to heal up. Here we go. Look at all these peeps. Ooh, how do I get up there? Oh, I can't without the rock climb ability, which I don't have yet. Yeah, those little lumps on the face there. There's some sort of ability you unlock in the game where it lets you climb up surfaces like that. I don't have that yet. I do have the surfboard though, so I can go on the water. A line of players here all fighting these two NPCs. Move on there. There. And go there. Look at all the peeps! And as you can see, you know, everyone's avatar's pretty distinctive as well. Oh, except for that avatar. They've gone completely blank. Not even any clothes. No hair. Paler skin color. No clothes. Look at all these peeps! Seems like a lot of people went for the mental starter. Good choices. That's what I went. I guess because it's so different to what you start with Pokemon. You never get a Psychic type to start with a Pokemon. So we're pretty dense with people here. We're not lagging it out at all, are we? Just moving around the overworld. Nice little sun hat. The Metal one looks cool. Yeah, it reminded me a little bit of the Mew family in just that, you know, it's a little bipedal, almost cat-like looking thing. fresh area. Haven't been here before because I didn't have the surfboard. Yeah, the inside stuff is really cool too. They've done a lot of detail work on the interiors of these buildings. There is one NPC building you go to where they actually make a joke about having no toilets. It's like a couple that have gone to a Airbnb style thing. They go, oh, when we booked, it said something about toilets and there's no toilet. Because that's always been the joke in Pokemon games. There's no house ever has a toilet. They have beds, they have kitchens sometimes, and, you know, kitchen table maybe occasionally. Got TVs, but no toilets. And it's the same with this game. But they actually make a joke about it, which just made me smile. Yeah, look at the detail on this design work, though. This is fantastic stuff. It looks fantastic. Pikachu. By the way, while we're inside here, thank you very much for the follow there, Sam. There is going to be a feature. It should be in the early access version. I think it's in the alpha as well, but I didn't get to that stage. Where you get a house of your own. Kind of secret base style thing, but just a regular house. Just on a special route. And you can decorate it however you like. And that's probably going to be something else they're going to microtransaction. You could be able to buy that lamp, for example, for a couple bucks. I don't know. I haven't said anything about it yet, but I'm expecting that's one of their microtransaction things because it's a sensible way to do things. So yeah, you'll be able to... I don't know if it'll be this big. I hope so. It'd be awesome to have a house this big. But yeah, you'll be able to decorate your own little base, your own little house. Which I love, because I miss secret bases. I love decorating my secret base. By the sounds of it, one of each type. Take a shine to which there's any crystal shine. Oh, okay. Up. Wish you didn't auto speed. Yeah, that's something that bothers me too. Like, you can use your analog thumbstick to move around, or you can use the D-pad to move around, or you can use the arrow keys on your keyboard to move around. Or the WASDs, I should say. But if you use the thumbstick, there's no walking pace. It's just sprint. So yeah, it smells like a server reboot to me. In which case we might have more luck if we just refresh like so. I'm guessing not teens in the game. Oh, you mean the age of the trainers? No, you are. Like, you get called a kid early in the game and your rival goes, I'm not a kid! I can go in the grass alone. I'm not a kid. We are adults. But they're clearly teenagers. No HMs. I think there are an equivalent of HMs. I came across a reference to it somewhere else in the game. I haven't gotten it yet, but yeah, there does seem to be techniques you can have an item to teach. Special techniques with it they wouldn't otherwise learn naturally. My main reason is because my game lags and it seems to be shooting all over the place. Really? I haven't seen any of that on my end yet. Oh, damn it. Just as I get through the menu, I alter forward. Lost patience. My favorite thing in Pokemon is when the trend looks 15, but the game says they're 10. Yeah. Especially those female trainers. Ah. Wild encounter just as I was reaching for an item. Actually, you know what? I haven't actually tried this much. Let's see how runaway works. Yep, it's fine. Sea salts. What does sea salt do? A fistful of fine fleur de sal. Oh! There's an obscure reference to a special type of salt that only chefs know about. From the salt mix, these delicate and crumbly flakes of universal seasoning can be sold at a price. Hey! I think that's the first item of that type I've picked up. It's just a money item. An item just for selling. Yeah. Let's go back and sell it and see what it's worth. Or we could have a fight first. You know what? I'm going to run away from this fight because these guys are going to kick the shit out of my shiny skull because he's too low level for this. I'm going to go back to the safe grass to level him up. What about swapping Temtem? What do you mean? Trades or in battle? Because you can swap them in battle. What to do it this time? Show you. Like. Let's see here. Zoop. And that's why I bought out Genki. Squeaker, squeaker, squeak! Have you seen my acorn? That's interesting. Oh, bloody hell! Wow. So there's quite a lot of people on the same server layer. Wasn't expecting to see this many people at once inside a house. Oh, that's interesting too. Like, oh, I thought the other Pokemon was still there. They're not. Sorry, Temtem. Wowzers. So many peeps. Alright, Dukas, what's your in-game name? I wonder if I can see you. I wonder if we're on different layers. Well, actually, there's an easy way to find out. I can just go to the interact list and see if we can find you. Will the servers burn? Yes, but I'm going to fix these servers. Did you just drop an improves new groove quote? Might have done. Doesn't seem like. Wait. It keeps auto scrolling. Stop auto scrolling. I've lost it. Where'd he go? There was a Brock Ross there. There it is, right down the bottom. Brock Ross. Dark skin, squinty eyes, big fro. Brock Ross. Yeah, so here's the interface, by the way. So you can competitive battle, casual battle, trade, whisper, co-op. Respect. Screenshotting that. Genius! Wish I'd thought of that. I'm angry at myself for not thinking about that. Brock Ross. My name is Dukas, can't see you, must be on different servers. Yeah. There doesn't seem to be a way for me to manually add you to my friends lists. But I've read, you know, on the game wiki or whatever, if you're on the same friends list, you'll be connected to the same server, regardless of geographic location, apparently. But there doesn't seem to be a way I can add you to a friends list without being able to see you on this list. But it keeps auto scrolling up on me, so I don't know whether I can actually find you if you're even on this list. Stop auto reorganizing. It's very. I have to fix that. I'm gonna file a bug report about that. That's makes that list impossible to use. Out of the way, people. Maybe actually steam printer something? Maybe. Servers seem to be stable again. These fights are going smoother. Almost spoke too soon. There's a little bit of a pause there. Oh yeah, poison still affects you when you walk, but because poison is a set time effect, it doesn't keep poisoning you as you walk. So if you only have 1 round of poison damage left, you'll take a tick of poison damage as you walk away from the battle. Sensible way to do it, Pokemon. Not the half-assed way they do it now versus what they used to do to you. I thought that said Marnie for a second there. No name. Alright, who we got in this area? I wonder if it's a different list. Oh, wrong list again. Carriage Hill. Yeah, it seems like every time someone enters or leaves an area, this list reorganizes itself and it keeps popping back to the top. It's happening less here because we're not in the starting area. Happy gay sounds is a fantastic username. I didn't see that one, but you're not wrong. Ooh, here we go. You want to learn Helldanger. Not very interesting. I wonder what else it is. It's over here then. Ooh. Stop it. That's one of the issues with sprinting everywhere. It's sometimes difficult to line up and an item you want to interact with. It's a nice place. Yeah, this is the kind of size of the house I'm expecting we'll be able to have as our, you know, as our own little base houses. It's probably going to be this size, I reckon. We don't get many visitors out here. Peaceful or boring? Peaceful? Yes, so. It's kind of the point. Hide away somewhere cozy, nice and far from the big city lights. This boyfriend of mine has been doing nothing but watching TV all the time. You're the one watching TV, woman. He's over there at the fridge, staring at a drawing. I think he might be stoned. Dump him, go out with me instead. I'm surfing. Didn't manage to find a single surfboard. Yeah, I know. They're hard to come by. Oh man, I came all this way. There's no cake left. He's stoned. He just wants cake. Catastrophe. Never believe in cakes. Oh my god. Subtle, but clever. You're going to be okay, man. Gotta be strong. Gotta run. Yeah, some of the dialogue in this game is pretty funny too. I wonder what's in this grass. I'll find out in a second because I just spotted this up here. Nice little training spot. Secluded little training spot. Ooh. Nice. Oh, actually, while we're here, I did mean to find out how much the thing sells for the salt that we picked up. Is the salt very, very valuable? Wow. It is quite valuable. 300 of whatever the currency is called. 300 sunny coins. That's pretty significant. Like your average trainer battle that I've seen so far, you get anywhere between 80 and 150. So that's like finding a pearl or something in Pokemon. Skadoosh. Keep an eye out for those. Alright, let's have a look at what's in my secret training grass. That's where people are getting those from, I guess. Alright, what is he, level 15? Yeah, we'll give him a little level 9 scratch. And we'll wait a turn. I'll try and catch him. Okay, it's pretty tough. You can go a bit harder on him. Of course, half damage is probably going to do the same anyway. Not even worse. Let's try to be gentle, but too gentle. Let's just this in about an hour and a half. That looks like 2 minutes in the last game can't pick one. Yeah, somewhere in between those, isn't it? Alright, half health, that should be enough. Catch rates have been pretty generous so far. We'll give it a go. Not that any of this matters, because we don't get to keep our progress anyway. Which now that I have a shiny, I'm upset about. Nice! This trait is amphibian, which means when attacked with water technique, gets speed. Sweet. Only one perfect stat in the attack. Oh wait, no, that's the SV. SV is perfect too. I'm still going to figure out what the difference between those two are and the relevance of those various stats. But they're a bit like IVs and EVs, from what I can see. So we seem to be more stable, but have hiccups. Yeah, we had a pretty unstable spot there, but they seem to be back on track again now. So whatever they're doing seems to be working for them. Now we can be a bit less gentle. Ouch. No! Scale, no! Well, there goes his XP for this round. Let's see. How can I punish you for knocking up my shiny scale? I know. I'm going to do my favorite animation in the game so far. I love this. Oh wow, that was enough to take him out. Keep forgetting how difficult this game is. Compared to Pokemon at least. Digi? Hello there. You're not new here. I've seen your name before. Who do you think you are, stomping around like you're new? Actually look at the specs of this game real quick. Oh, you mean minimum PC specs? Shouldn't be too aggressive. Yeah, you are running on the low graphics setting, aren't you? If you've got a weak machine. And the I don't think there's an option for texture detail, is there? The menu's there, but they only have one option. Oh, I feel the restart coming. Are you on now? I mean, you do have a menu option to show you the system stats as well. You can have FPS, and there's also a bunch of more detailed information if you need it to. So you can see if it's... you can see directly how it's running. Have a look at the frame pacing. So much for more stable servers. We're back. Scale, come back. Shiny. Yeah. What else is hiding around here? I think this is the bit we visited already, isn't it? There's one map. It's still a bit down, right down here still. There's a question mark there and a ping there we should go check out. So let's go south again. Do you like having a mini-map? Aren't they usually blue, or am I thinking a different one? Oh, his evolution's a bit more blue, isn't it? Thought I found another Luma. Ooh, waterfall. Neat. We'd like to have some better moves on that guy. Oh, come on. Just noticed too, you guys can't see it. Next to Skull's name is a little star. That must be the indication that he's a shiny. Luma. God damn it. Every time. That's the first time I've seen that sitting there. On a Temtem. I love how this ability is so good. See if it takes sleeping Temtem, doesn't like that. Yeah, mine doesn't have that ability. Mine has the other one. I wish I had that ability because he has a move that puts him to sleep. I do have a different Temtem with that ability, which I sometimes use in combination with the hypnosis move, but yeah. Gotta Finish off with Lycaneptic, actually. Make sure we get a big hit so he doesn't kill my skill. Nope, never mind. Taken care of anyway. Oops, didn't mean to use two. That NPC didn't trigger a fight. The other side of the coin in that lower level Temtem can actually kick the shit out of your team is when you're trying to train a lower level Temtem, they can often hold their own a bit better than you would expect a Pokemon to be able to do in the same situation. Leveling matters less, it seems. I'm just trying to get somewhere. Leave me alone. Waiting. It is pretty water as well. I do like a nice video game water. It's got a nice colour. It's got a nice sort of wave animation at the edges. And they do the reflections quite well. I got a funny feeling we might have to Alt F4 again. Yeah, they're restarting the servers. Let's see what their Twitter has to say. Doesn't seem like there's much pertinent on the Twitter right now. Cozies. How about the disco? Yep, looks like some people are back in. Oh, there we go. I nearly Alt F4'd again, just as the menu came live. Man, it's like a Zubat in a cave. Can't take a step on this water. That's what I like it. Actually, speaking of abilities, we know he's already. And my Psycho has Ash Specialist. Damage done with Wind Techniques is increased by 15%, so that's nice. Yeah, my hot trick has Mental Alliance. Increases my special attack by 15% if my ally is mental. So I can team him up with another mental and get a bonus. But I've also got a bonus teaming it up with a nature type over here for my energy manipulation move. That said, as nice as that bonus is, that damage is starting to get a bit less useful at the point in the game where I've made it to so far. Rate of burst over here with 100 damage is much more often used at this point, although it is a lot more hungry on the stamina, so still is handy to have that for the moment. This goes amphibian, we've seen that move before. Trainer battle. So not to worry about bug reporting, aware of any issues related to the problems of the server having. Yeah, but the thing with the friends list is nothing to do with server stress crash thing. That's just a game design issue where people go in and out of the local area. This friends list reorganizes. That's an issue I think I need to report because that's very annoying. It makes it very difficult to use. That's got nothing to do with the server stress. That's just a design issue they might not have noticed yet. Just shut up and play. I think they're saying don't report bugs because they don't want everyone having a crash to report a crash. Because that will make too many bug reports to sort through. Which is a sensible thing to say to people. I'm going to switch scale out. I forgot this is a trainer battle. And also that. Let's see here. You know what? Let's psych up. Uh-oh. There goes the server. Again. We have little periods there of the game running remarkably well, and then it falls apart again. Stress test, ho! Yeah, looks like most of the Discord reporting the same issue. What I should have done is just hooked up one of my other stream decks to this machine I'm running the game on, just to have a stream deck button to relaunch the game. Have a multi-action. Alt F4, wait 15 seconds, launch this title. It's easy. Now, are we going to fight this trainer again? That's the first time I've had a server restart where we didn't immediately pick up at the exact instance we left off. Oh, guess not. Where am I? Oh, there's a question mark. We missed the question mark. Go back up and around. Same thought. Not same thought. What are you talking about? Ah, there's the climbing wall, I guess. Possibly this trainer. Maybe the trainer is the question mark because they have a quest. Bet you that's what it is. I have a side quest. Oh wait, let me find out about the side quest. Hello, traveller. I'm Lorenzo. Oh, Salty Lorenzo, as they call me. Oh, this is the guy. Oh, right. No, this is a part of a quest I've already activated. This was someone who needed salt. I was supposed to go out to this guy to get it. Oh, he's hard to find. I want to get some salt for myself as well. Hey. I must go. My people need me. About the stream thing you just mentioned? Yeah. Ooh, what's the sign? No, not you. The sign. Oh, sorry. Incoming vessels. Oh, there's a port here somewhere. A completely separate town. No? Oh wow, those sunbeams coming through the windows don't look really good when they're all misdirection like that. How many suns are on this planet? At least 3. Because there's one in every corner of the sky pouring through those windows. That's not how the sun works. We're not transparent, step aside. I'm in front of the TV. Trying to watch this. Sorry. Can I turn the TV off? No. There's a whole town. Oh, work in progress. What is the Riverine Fellowship? You're in charge of all things sailing. You act as a port authority and ensure sailors are trained and certified to inspect vessels, seaverse. Alright. There's even a Temtem thing here, station. Poker Center. She's a bit of sexy. See, honey. Oh, she's another side quest. Oh, right. She's the person we have to find so we can get on the boat that takes us to the next island. Sorry, spoilers. No money. Yeah, I'll take your ticket, sure. Hooray, now I can go to the second island. At least I know how to get to the second island for when I actually play the game properly. What's that thing stuck down there on the shelf? Right, she just call me basic. Okay. Meme it up. Gotta screenshot that. I see you, a person of culture as well. See little stuffed animals of it everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another one down there. 5. 5 at least in here I can see. Oh, the little pot of plant might count. I see you, a person of culture as well. This place is actually pretty big. Ooh, this is a nice place. You got a robot vacuum even. Man, I love the design in this game. What's this? Beauty salon. Might be anyone he's in a different town. Now, look how expensive these clothes are, by the way. I can't imagine being able to afford any of this stuff while I'm still trying to buy potions. This is where you buy your dyes, by the way. Way too expensive. Oh, there's a little Temtem down there in the water. Where'd it go? Windows seem very popular here. She was added when Kramer did a poll vote to add more fans. Piggy pick or second. Oh, right, that's cute. So, yeah, it feels like there's a lot more exploration in this game than there is in your average Pokemon game as well these days. Who's in this grass, I wonder? Sigh. Nice. Stop picking on the weak one. Teacher. Protect the shiny. I guess we're at the edge of the world. Yep. Okay, so we filled in that section of map. Neat. Yeah, so there's some quests you pick up here. The ones I just did, those side quests. So it forces you to backtrack through the entire game to explore that area until you go back up here, where that little gold icon is. That's where you take off from to go to the next island. So that's some pretty decent design. Make you backtrack through there again. Do some exploring you couldn't do before because you now got the surfboard. Not bad. Alright. Let's pop back into the starting town, see all the newbies. Or not. Is this in early access? Not yet. In about a week and a half it does go into early access. Today though, this is a stress test. And there are 2 more stress tests to come over the next week. A little over a week. But this is just about plonking the servers. Oh, speaking of which, thank you for your timely demonstration servers on what we're talking about when we say stress test. That was perfect timing. But yeah, this does go into early access via Steam and Humble Bundle on the 21st, 22nd? One or the other. But if you go to playtemtem.com, you'll find out every link you need to know about. Or if you just go to Steam and look it up, or Humble Bundle for that matter. Humble Bundle. Am I alone in this? Every time I go to say Humble Bundle, I say Humble Bumble. Doing it for fucking years and I can't stop myself. Alright, going to reboot this because we're hung up again on the cute little black screen we get sometimes in the server test. You do the same thing? Hooray, I'm not alone. Humble Bumble. Humble Bumble. Humble Bumble. Humble Bumble. Yeah, she just renamed herself the Humble Bumble. Look at my shiny, newbie. Look at my shiny. Look at my shiny. Look at all these guys. When I first load up this game, see how the little purple guys back there at the door, they're all sort of laid on top of each other? When I first started this game, I didn't realize there was another player right on top of me. I thought there was some weird graphical glitch, causing my animation to blur out on the little floaty guy. And then I moved away and I saw there's someone else standing where I was standing and went, oh right, multiplayer game. Doy. Hello, newbies. Oh, what the? That's a glitch. Pretty sure I've got Temtem in my squad there. Am I stuck here now? Yeah, I can circumvent her just by going around here. Oh! Didn't see you guys there. Hi there, I'm Patricia, and this is my friend Kaya. Are they trying to flirt, or... I have to go. No, why did you stay with us for a second? My friend thinks you're very cute. Ah, trying to flirt. That's cute. I hate you. No, you don't. So would you like a Temtem battle? You know, to break the ice? Sure, let's do it. Okay, try with both at the same time, if you manage. Screenshotting that. How are you doing? You, a favor. That's some cute dialogue right there. A little more naturalistic than your average Pokemon dialogue. Alright, I'm going to switch out straight away because Scale's going to be in some trouble here very rapidly. Bring out Psypat. Ooh, neither of you are weak to grass. Really? What about wind? No. Alright then, take some poison in your face. Wow, even 2 times damage and he's still holding up. Psypat, didn't I switch you out? Alright, yes I did. Alright, let's just focus on Piranha here. This is so good, so I kind of banned shit done. You mean the early game is banned, or were you one of the earlier alpha players that used to be a bit jank? Yes, you know, that's not unusual. That did. Amphibian! Alright. We're going for a Martial Strike to finish off with. And... maybe a Narco, just in case. No need. Job done. Wow, you really know how to handle your screenshot. Temtem. I mean, you're good at, like, stuff. So you place an area, so why don't you come visit? Oh, do we get to carry on a little flirtatious conversation here later in the game? Nice. See you soon. Nice. Where is that little heal station around here somewhere? Actually, I keep forgetting. I don't have to remember exactly where it is because I can... I was going to say, look on the map, but then the map wasn't there for a second. Okay, it's just up ahead. There it is. In front of me. Wonder how they react if you're female? That's a good question, actually. Did I switch genders, or do they become lesbians? Who are you? Did I speak to you before? Oh, I did. Hey, newbies! Newbie. What's that noise? Oh, someone healing. Actually... Hang on a sec. Where's that? My map disappeared. It must have reset when I hit that little weird glitch at the start of the game there where I thought I didn't have any Temtem. It reset my map. Some of my map anyway. Kooky. Reset the trainers? Nope. Nope, we're fine. I have to refight everybody. I wish you know what would be good? If you could observe battles. Like if you just go up to someone who's having a battle and go, let me watch your battle. Let me spectate your battle, see how you're doing. That'd be a sweet little feature for a multiplayer Pokemon style game. Oh! Damn it, it's blocking me off again. I'm completely glitched out here. Why don't we get past? I can't even walk away from him. Can't move. There we go. Yeah, this is a weird little issue. Which of them? Featuring, yeah, I mean, online portions of Pokemon, that feature would be good too. Whoops. Do that. Just want to run. I did say there are LBG race shipping Max actually non-binary. Yeah, I had a feeling about Max. Definitely struck me as deliberately non-binary, or at least gender neutral. Gender neutral name, gender neutral look to it. A little bit feminine, a little bit masculine. Can't move. I'm stuck. Is the server gonna crash? Or am I about to have an encounter? Okay. Don't need to run from this. This is gonna be easy enough. Yeah, I think we might be in for another restart. Nope. Yep. Nope. Maybe. Hurt. Any second. I'm gonna plushie of Saku. Actually, I think I saw one. Like, not for sale, but I think I saw on Twitter as I was going through the Temtem hashtag yesterday. I think someone might have made one. Possibly in reference to that character we just found that had her own. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go Alt F4 to get through this battle. I don't know whether text chat is broken in the game or nobody's using it, but it's been a while since there's any text pop up. I might have turned it off to try and ease server load while I test something else. soft locking is a known issue. If I can't figure out fix on their end, or condition is total character restart. Oh, you mean where I'm blocked off from progressing where I should be allowed to progress? Well, at least I know it's not just me then. Luckily, I have the surfboard, so I can kind of circumvent some of those gating people. Which is what I'm doing now. Just sailed right past them. Spoken too soon. Are you going to stop me, or... No, we're just having a regular battle. Okay. For a second there, I thought they were going to gatekeep me. I'm going to go through my peach BRB. Right, T-Dog. Swap out for... Wiki. What? Skull Kid, what? Shit. No! Yep, I'm seeing the Discord fill up with Fs again. Oh, that's interesting. We actually reconnected that time. We do have to start this from scratch, apparently. Or... Nope, there we go. Again. Keep forgetting, gotta take care of Lowly there. I don't look like much, but they're kind of a bitch. Keep poisoning all my team. Luckily, they're weak to poison as well. Speed! Damn toxic spores. Ooh. Have some round venom back. Just in case it doesn't do the trick, have another dose. Good. We needed it. Alright, troublemaker out of the way. Not a bitchy one. Forget what he's weak to. Right. I'll give him claws. Hate this! Nope, not wind. Oh, Sapad, no! Just go down. What have the online features so far? Well, for a start, you can see all the other players sharing your world. You've got a couple of different PvP modes. You've got friends stuff. There's a bunch of stuff that's not actually active yet in the tests. Probably will be in the early access though. Let's concentrate on Pokemon now. Good. Bad. Good. Alright, Sapat, come away. And... Taters! Can't hurt taters. Tater stuff. Psh, please. So even the average trainer battle in this game is tougher than most Pokemon games will give you. Ordinarily I wouldn't use this many bombs because they're hard to come by, but I'm not keeping my progress anyway, so who cares? So in this secret little patch of grass, do you think? Oh, just more you. Right, online features you're asking about. Let's just make here. So yeah, competitive battles, casual battles, whisper trades, co-ops, friendship lists. You can inspect them. Club is grayed out at the moment. That's going to be a guilds-like thing. All of this should be active by the time it gets to early access. As you can see, some of it's still grayed out. The entire campaign can be co-opted, or you can drop in and out of co-op when and if you need to and want to. There's an in-game chat. I think that's all the online features so far. Is there something specific you were hoping and looking for? Hello? Secret entrance. What have we here? Caves and shit. And with Zubats. Except they're scathed. Co-op sounds interesting, yeah. Part of the reason why the game is based around double battles to accommodate that co-op. Could not escape. Did that time. Revive. Nice. there's going to be GTS type thing. Don't know. Hopefully. I like to have GTS or surprise trade stuff kind of come into it as well. Feel free to steal those ideas. This is the toughest scale I've faced so far. Mine is shiny, you're right. Or Luma, as they're called in this game. Which is just Latin for light, basically, or shiny, in other words. Actually, you know what? While I'm exploring this cave, this might be a good time to test out scents, which are like repels. Ooh. Is that lava or... It's ice! Haha! Ice puzzles! Yay! No. I love a good ice puzzle. Nice. Let's smoke on so we can get out of here when we need to. Excellent. Okay, how do we get to that? Like this. Maybe not, actually. We could do this. Animation is awesome. There we go. I'm on track here. How do we get to that thing? No, can't get in that way. There we go. That's how we do. Oh, this is a bit trickier. Get up there. Huh. I don't think I can get up there from... This must be a return path. Untap version of the finest crystal. Okay. This is all about. Hey, Boomer. This ain't trying to hide. Yeah, they're not trying to disguise their influences. No, they're doing things in their own little flavor, but they're not pretending that Pokemon isn't a direct and powerful inspiration for the game. Definitely need to switch out here. Get a flying type of this, so we get our Sparky Sparks. And you... Ah, you're a crystal type. I haven't fought one of you at all yet. What are you vulnerable to? Okay, so poison didn't do the trick. What about nature? Nope. That did neutral damage. I bet Crystal is vulnerable to mental types. That feels like the natural partnership there, so let's try it. Whoops! Damn it. I misclicked. Thanks for Sean, how you doing? I misclicked in the worst way possible. I sent out my weakest mon. Luckily we didn't get targeted. Ooh, you're vulnerable to crystal. Okay. That's no bueno. And you got another one of those! Damn it! This game just requires so much more focus than a basic Pokemon playthrough does. Right, let's see here. Venomous Claws. And you can have a Beta Burst. Half damage on. Damn it. Alright, we'll switch up this time. Up goes his defense. Down goes his speed. Oh, and he overexerted. Caused more damage to himself. That helps. Okay. I'll give you a basic Water Blade. Do energy manipulation without taking any self-damage, so let's try that. Or which one of these is more powerful? That's 80 damage, 45. Yeah. So if my guess is right, mental damage should go split-gluey. Unless of course the servers crash. No! Come on! Let me find out before the servers go. Trying to do this by trial and error game. Give me a break. Been pumped for this game ever since you made a video on it? Yeah. It's been on my Steam watch list for like a year and a half, 2 years. It's cool to finally get a chance to play it. Oh yeah, it's got a remarkable level of polish to it, considering, you know, little indie Pokemon knockoff game. Yeah, these guys aren't fucking around. This is not just some quick clone to cash in on the Pokemon popularity. This is a work of actual passion and talent. Yeah, I think we might have to Alt F4 and hope we get to pick up where we left off here. I really need to find out whether that thing is weak to mental. Yeah, you predicted a picture, Sean. Good thing is, you normally pick up exactly where you dropped off. Looks like we took one step backwards here. That's... And... Oh, my telekinetic... Oh, because we restarted the timeout reset on my telekinetic shrapnel. No. That's just unfortunate. Some moves have timeouts on them. Is there a gym? There is. They don't call them gyms, of course. They call them dojos. But they're exactly like Pokemon gyms in that there's a bunch of trainers in there, there's a bunch of puzzles to make your way through, and then you fight the gym leader who has a tough team. Yeah, it's the exact same concept. Except harder. Close as you get to Pokemon with facing a lawsuit? Probably. Man. Oh, here we go. New move. Fierce Claw. 71 damage, 13 stamina. That's not a bad trade. You can have that instead of Sand Splatter, because... Actually, no, you can have that instead of Nibble. You might need that typing. Doesn't actually matter when you teach a new move, by the way. You can choose not to learn it. You can copy over something you actually wanted to keep later. Doesn't matter. Let me show you why. For those of you who haven't seen the video I put up a few days ago. I did mention this fairly late in the video, so you might have missed it. But check this out. Squad. So let's say I wanted to have Psywave back. Let's do that. Instant move relearning. Any move you've ever known. Copy back and forth. Even moves you didn't learn the first time around. Still go into your techniques list so you can put them in later if you want. How's that for a quality of life? I don't have enough bombs left. We might need to smoke bomb out of here. Next time we come to the caves, when we play this game properly, we're going to have to make sure we're real stocked up before we come in here. Or at least level up a bit more. Because this is a danger zone. I do want to find out what's in here, though. Oh, just more cave? Hey, smoke bombs. Nice. So this is a loot cave by looks of things. You've got a few trainers to bunch past, but all these little caves here look like they might be hiding loot. Let's see here. That's not what I wanted. There it is. That's the sequence. So I don't think there's any way to get up there, but if I fight that old guy, I'm going to get my ass handed to me. I know it. Screw it, I'm going to try. Let's bomb you. 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 The menu's fucked up. Hello. Should have kept at least one bomb for him, I guess. Alright, and do that. What do you got, old man? Does it send you the healing center for your Temtem tonight? Yeah, same thing as Pokemon. You kind of black out, you lose some money, and you wind up back at the last place you healed. But money's kind of real precious in this game, so you really don't want to do that. It's annoying in Pokemon games, it's worse in this game. Bye, Pixel. Okay. Let's focus on Molly first so it doesn't poison us to fucking death. Ow. Alright, god damn it. Gotta remember the typing of these fuckers. They're both half damage moves. Damn it. What was he vulnerable to again? I forgot. Poison. He's vulnerable to poison. I know that much. Oh yeah, Nuzlocke in this game is... I don't even want to think about it. Damn it. Oh, you did right. I will have some Tem Essence in here as well. I keep forgetting about that item. In fact, now would be the time. Oh wait, I have... Wait. Why weren't they showing up on the other list? I got good balm. Oh, I can't use it in battle, can I? Damn it. Yeah, there's a product in this game that doesn't really exist in Pokemon, Tem Essence. You only get one. You get a little vial of the stuff. It refills every time you go to a healing center. But it basically gives your entire team a full free heal. You only get one at a time. And I keep forgetting about it because it's one of those things that Pokemon just doesn't have. So it's not in my brain as a thing I need to rely on. Damn it. Now, let's give this Fierce Claw a try. And you're about to go anyway, so we might as well try and squeeze out a narco hit. No saving you at this point. Come on, make it happen. Nope. Alright, we'll get away with it. Beautiful. Ooh, 4 times damage. I didn't think anything was 4 times weak. I thought 2 was the worst. I guess there is such a thing as a dual weakness. Fierce Claw you. And you somehow survived, so we're going to switch you out. Thought I'd be dead already, gotta be honest with you guys. Thought I would be dead already. I'm definitely gonna die next round anyway, so I'm gonna risk the Chain Lightning, which will bounce back and hit me anyway. But it does do a hell of a lot of damage on its way. Come on, I was just about to have a big comeback. Probably said this before, but love how the starters are relevant game. Yeah. Ooh, that's interesting. We jumped straight back to the queue that time. I wonder at what point it's going to dump me back into that battle. If it's just before the battle, I remember to use my Tem Essence. Better shot at that. Only got about 15 more minutes of this anyway. Tell you what though, I've, including my alpha time and the stress test today, I've probably put about 16 hours into this game already. Maybe 6 of that is just pure grinding, so call it 10 hours of proper progress. And I'm still on the first island. I'm still finding new things to explore. Like that cave, had no idea that was there. So the content density in this game is pretty satisfactory. Apparently there's about 20-25 hours worth of actual story in this game. That doesn't take into account all the grinding you have to get past to do it, and doesn't count the side quests. So if I get 10 to 15 hours out of each island, yeah, that's 60 or 70 hours just for the 3 islands that are going to be in early access. Plus extra catching, training, evolving. Doesn't seem like it's going to be poor on things to do. I love how difficult this game is. Even with good knowledge, it's still difficult. Yeah. Definitely much more of a challenge than any recent Pokemon game. It feels a lot more like red, blue, gold, silver kind of difficulty. Not impossible, but just enough to kick your head in a bit if you're not careful about what you're doing. And occasionally it'll just kick your head in for the sake of it. I mean, gold and silver were fairly straightforward as long as you already knew your typing matchups and stuff like that. But we're learning by doing in this game. I haven't memorized anyone's typings or the cross matches for the most part. A couple of them are starting to sink in, but a couple of them are very similar to Pokemon, so they're easy to remember. But yeah, I'm very much enjoying learning this game as well as playing this game. It kind of reminds me of World of Final Fantasy. Never actually played that. Did mean to give it a go, but never actually got around to it. That's the chibi one, right? Alright, let's see where we jump back into. Oh, we lucked out. Wait. Well, that's interesting. It jumped us out of the fight, but kept some of our heals. Exploit! Oh, that's why it only showed me those things. This is a recent... I hadn't noticed this is a recent tab, not a... Yeah, okay. Although it did still use our other bombs. Weird. That was a bit of a weird one, that one. That's for stamina, HP and stamina. 15 hit heal. We'll use a tonic just to top this guy up. There we go. Bit of a waste of those, but we're not keeping our progress, so it really doesn't matter how much shit we hang on to. Right, so let's think about our squad going in. Poison, poison to take care of that. Yeah, we should be good with this setup. Let's try again. See if this is back on, but you dig into it, there's some differences. Yeah. Like I said in my original review, it's proud of its heritage, but it also definitely wants to do its own thing in its own way, and has done so quite successfully, in my opinion. Like the stuff they do different, it's not just different for the sake of being different, it's different because gameplay. Have you seen attacks with both opponents yet? Yeah. The bird that I had on my team, I don't have it on the team at the moment because he swapped him out for my shiny. He has a screech attack kind of thing that hits both opponents at the same time. It's very useful. And my little electric type has a move that can hit 3 opponents because it goes clockwise. So you got to be real careful about when you use that because you're guaranteed to hit yourself with it. But if you happen to have someone on your team with a lightning rod type ability in the right spot, you can use that, go and damage both opponents and heal your friend as well. Unfortunately, I don't have someone with that ability yet, so I haven't been able to test that, but that's the way you'd want to use the chain lightning ability. Very cool. Can't wait to try it out. So from grinding... Oh yeah, you'll be grinding this game. Oh, you will be grinding in this game, I promise you. Leveling is a lot like old school Pokemon. It's slow, it's tedious, you gotta work at it. And it's still fun. It's the fun kind of grind. You're just ticking away, leveling up. Alright, that little monkey there, I'm guessing he's fire type. Looks like he should be a fire type, so let's splash him with some water. Meanwhile, Scrunch, I have no idea what you are. Hit you with some poison, see what happens. Looks like he's a melee type, actually. That's not good for me. Not water type. Second guess. You know what? He's probably melee type. Look at him. Looks like a little scrapper, doesn't he? Whoa. What is melee weak to? No, let's try... Yeah. Flying type. Oh yeah, that's a melee attack. It doesn't weak to the flying type attack though. Okay, poison works alright on you. So... Oh, come on! I just want to try and get through this fight. It's one of the more challenging trainer fights I've come across so far, and I can't get through it. I'm enjoying this one. Leave me alone. Oh wait, no, that's the end. We're basically server shutdown time. Technically 4 minutes left, but this might be it. We definitely want to do more training and stock up on a few more items before we come into this cave proper in the early access when progress counts. Nope, he's pure melee. Figured that out my own, thank you. Also, one of two ways abilities actually increase the damage of multi-target moves. Yep. Alright. I'm going to quickly alter F4, see if we can get in real quick. Just long enough to see what we're doing here. 5 minutes to go, technically. Come on. Hey. So, thank you for the follow. What's the status of my squad? So, yeah, roll fresh again. I don't know whether we've got time to actually try that battle again. What I might do instead... smoke bomb out, because I know if I start that again I'm just going to get kicked out and frustrated with it. Yeah, let me see. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, so shrill voice. Why do you use making new teachers? Natural technique deafens the whole class team. Yeah, so it hits both at the same time. And this one has Spoil Sport. Damage with multi-target techniques increased by 25%. So that shrill voice has been extremely handy in my play so far. Because it gets a 25% boost and it's already doing 42 damage. Which for a move you get this early in the game is not insignificant. So yeah, that's been super handy. And the only reason he's not on my team at the moment is because we found a Luma, a shiny. I might even switch him out for Taters, actually. Although Tater makes a good tank. I'm already at the point where I'm starting to get attached to some of these Temtems. I'm starting to get attached to them, and I don't want to switch them out of the team. And that's a good sign too. If I'm starting to feel attached to some of these critters, that's a good sign of good game design and good creature design. Have we not been able to finish it fight? Nah, the server keeps crashing out halfway through, and we've got literally 3 minutes left, so I wasn't going to try again. I might try again on the next stress test, if we get to keep our progress again. Either way, we're only a week and a half also away from early access, so we'll get back up to that point again in the not too distant future, and we'll go in more prepared. But yeah, that fight was one of the funnest trainer fights I've had so far. There's a couple like that are quite challenging. Just out in the wild trainers that'll put you through your paces. Do you want to know Melee's weaknesses? Well, I was going to look it up anyway, so sure. Let me know. What are they actually weak to? Because I couldn't figure it out by trial and error there. Which is how I've been figuring out everything else so far. I haven't looked up any weaknesses yet. I've just been learning by doing. Dojo, oh, the dojo leader, yeah. The dojo leader kicked my head in. Completely wrecked me 3 times before I even came close to beating her. The only way I beat her was I spent like 6 hours just grinding to make sure my levels are up. I wasn't over leveled, but yeah, even then I still had to concentrate on what I was doing. Melee's weak to earth and crystal. Well, I don't have any crystal, and the only earth move I have is Tater's Sand Splatter, which is not what you call a powerful move. 35 damage. Although 70 by the time you take into account the oh yeah, this is the one that has the soft touch as well, so I can put people to sleep with Hot Chick's Hypno ability, and then hit them with Tater and they won't wake up. So there's another little synergy thing going on there. Oh, this guy has Sand Splatter too. Maybe this guy learns another earth move somewhere up the chain. Don't really have time in the stress test to level him up properly to figure it out though, but yeah. I'll keep that in mind when we play the real game proper. Yeah, nobody else says anything. Although... what else do we have with ground type? Piggy Piggies, ground type stuff. Now you're in wind. Natural wind, water, wind, water. Yeah, most of the stuff on this island is wind or water by the looks of it. Windy, watery. Windy, splishy, splashy. Gishy, gushy, splishy, splashy. So yeah, that guy's going to be a bit of a challenge. Alright, server's going to die any second now. Let's put our shiny back out front so people can see it as they go by. Playing a prospect pick game up, day 1. It goes into early access. Oh yeah, I'm definitely there early access. Definitely. I found bluntNate accent. No curry? Oh, are you... Do you mean you found me in game, or you found me on accident on Twitch because you were looking at Temtem streams? Because I haven't come across anyone in game that I know yet, that I know about anyway. I did run across one of my fellow Australian content creators in the alpha. Didn't interact with him, but I saw his username as I was running through one of the little mini dungeons. I went, hey, I know that guy. I know Skill Up. I'm seeing you right there. Ah, cool. DC'd? Ah, okay, yeah. Like I said, servers should be down already. We've got an extra 2 minutes here. Actually, let me check the Twitter. Maybe they're extending it. Why are we still alive? Something Spanish. Supported. Try to restart again. Nothing on Twitter saying thanks for playing. If you lost your progress after the last server restart the game should be fixed. Okay, so that weird little issue we have seems like they found a way to address it. Ultra Bugs Life, hello there. Why are we still connected? I'm still seeing other people too. Oh, hello. They've got a shiny too. They've got one of those shiny little bird things. What's his name again? Turn around so we can see your face. Oh, there it is. So, I wonder if they've turned up the rates on Luma Temtem for the tests and the access and stuff. Or that if they are just a little bit more common than shiny Pokemon are. So that's the third one I've seen, including my own. That's the third shiny I've seen. Luma. Oh wait, I shouldn't have tried to reconnect. We won't be able to reconnect. The servers are down. Yeah. Alright. Well, that was a ton of fun. Don't know about you guys, but I had a ton of fun doing that. The next stress test is next Saturday. So 6 days from now, around about the same time. In fact, I think exactly the same times. That is for me. Actually, it's Friday, I think, for some of you. Saturday for me, Friday for you. Their site will have the schedule. But yeah, we'll probably stream that again. Don't know about this last stress test because that starts at 4 a.m. local time for me. So I don't know whether I'll stream that one. I might play it, but I might not stream it. But yeah, then on the 21st, 22nd, depending on your dateline, it comes out proper in early access. I don't know how long it's going to be in early access for, as long as it takes, presumably. But yeah, and that's when we should be able to keep progress. See you at Little Beach Goes? Wait, is that the? Yeah, that was me. Will be cool. Hopefully next race I'll be able to snag a Luma. Yeah. Yep. All right, I'm going to take a break, get a fresh coffee. When we come back, back into regular scheduled programming, Minecraft. They're saying about a year? Yeah, I would expect so. That's about average for a sort of internet accessing, at least a year. All right, guys, I will be back in just a few minutes.